For public access audio and video live streaming for today's meeting are the following. One, Tuolumne County website at www.tuolumnecounty.ca.gov/745/board-meetings. Option number two, access Tuolumne County via www.accesstuolumne.org by clicking Watch Live or Comcast Cable 8. Option number three is our Zoom webinar via Executive Order N2520. This meeting will allow all members of the Board of Supervisors to participate by teleconference. And under Order N2520, accessibility requirements, if you need special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581. And I would like to ask our public comment coordinator to please come up and provide some additional public comment procedures for today's meeting.
Thank you, Tracy. Go ahead, Tracy.
Good afternoon. I'm Tracy, your public comment coordinator. Public comment will be accepted at 209-533-6581. All calls received will be placed on hold until the chair opens the public comment period, at which time the callers will have an opportunity to speak with the board in the order that their call was received. When it is your turn to comment, you will be notified prior to transfer to the live board meeting. If for some reason you are disconnected, please call back. This number should not be called to merely listen to the meeting. However, when you are placed on hold, you will hear the board meeting in the background. There will not be a way to determine the duration of the waiting period, as applicants, appellants, and board members will be speaking prior to public comment. We encourage callers to wait until the chair opens public comment prior to calling in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Ms. Ryan, will you please read the consent calendar for today's meeting?
Item number one, consideration approving amendment number 4 to the SB 81 construction agreement for the construction of the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility and authorize the county administrator to sign. Item number 2, consideration of approving amendment number 2 to the SB 1022 construction agreement for the construction of the J.H. Jack Dambacher Detention Center and authorize the county administrator to sign. Number 3, consideration of approving amendment number 1 to the AB 900 construction agreement for the construction of the J.H. Jack Dambacher Detention Center and authorize the county administrator to sign. Number 4, accepting one-time funding of $6,400 from the Department of Housing and Community Development to implement Transitional Housing Program Services Round 2, adopting Resolution 115-20 to accept the allocation award, and authorizing the Health and Human Services Agency Director to sign all grant-related documents. Number 5, approving a memorandum of understanding with the California Department of Public Health Valencia Branch Laboratory for a traveling COVID-19 testing program and authorizing the county administrative officer to sign all documents.
And item number 5 has been pulled by staff. Is that correct? All right. So we are looking at items 1 through 4. Are there any board questions?
Just one clarification. Mo, we're still under our cap on the jail with those. I'm sorry?
Still under our cap for the jail is what you were asking, Supervisor?
Yeah, we're still within our, I forget the word.
Within our budget for the construction project, yes, we are. We are still working with Harris Construction on several items, including change order number 9 and 10. They haven't come before your board for consideration due to the fact that we're disagreeing on the amount of days that Harris is asking for and that we think they're owed. And so that's why that hasn't come to your board.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? There is no public comment. I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Madam Chair, I'll move on the consent calendar.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. Ms. Ryan, will you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Brennan,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell,
Aye.
Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Gray,
Aye.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Aye.
All right. Will you please read item 6?
Item number 6, consideration of approving resolution 117-20, recognizing Mike Ayala's commitment and dedication to the citizens of Tuolumne County.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yes, I have before me a resolution that I am proposing that the board approve for Mike Ayala for a number of things, and I think the best rationale for it is the wording in the resolution itself. So with Madam Chair's permission, I will read the resolution.
Please.
Resolution of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne commemorating the life of Michael Ayala. Whereas Mike Ayala was married to the love of his life, Nancy Ayala, for over 40 years. Whereas Mike had 2 daughters, Erin and Heather, and 4 grandchildren he loved dearly. Whereas Mike became an officer of the California Highway Patrol in 1979, and whereas Mike served 30 years in the California Highway Patrol, committing his life to the safety and protection of others. Whereas Lieutenant Ayala served as the commander for the Sonora Area Highway Patrol from 1999 until his retirement in 2009. Whereas Mike took on the role of executive director for the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce in 2013 and served in that capacity for 3 years. Whereas Mike oversaw the nonprofit Bellevue Oaks Mutual Water Company that served over 167 customers within the Bellevue Oaks subdivision. Whereas Mike became intimately involved in local politics by running and supporting campaigns for 2 Tuolumne County supervisors, mine being one, actually 2 of mine. Whereas Mike was a member of Sierra Bible Church and lived and demonstrated his faith each and every day. And whereas Mike was on the board of Partners in Missions that mentored local pastors, helped equip them and assist them with church growth. Whereas Mike was a committed member of the Kiwanis Club. Whereas Mike served as the chair of the board of the Tuolumne County Transportation Council for 9 years, using his extensive knowledge of issues involving roads through his career with the California Highway Patrol. Whereas Mike was a respected and valued coach, mentor, cheerleader, voice of reason, and accountability partner for many within the community. And whereas Mike was a beloved man within the community, he had unquestionable integrity, lived and demonstrated his faith on a daily basis, and loved his family above all. Now therefore be it resolved that the County of Tuolumne Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and celebrates the life of Mike Ayala, who dedicated the last 20 years of his life to serving the residents of Tuolumne County, adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne on December 29th, 2020.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the resolution.
I second.
Thank you. I'd ask if any other board member would have any comments. I think the resolution captured the many, many different aspects of Mike Ayala's contributions to this county. I'd ask at this time if there's any public comment on this item. There is no public comment. I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. Ms. Ryan, will you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Brennan,
Aye.
Supervisor Campbell, Supervisor Kirk,
Aye.
Supervisor Gray,
Aye.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Thank you. The motion carries 5-0. All right. Ms. Ryan, will you please read our 1 o'clock appointments?
1 p.m. Terra V appeal. Item 1, Site Development Permit SDP 18-003 to allow a lodging development that includes guest rooms, detached cabins, employee housing, a market, event space, and other support buildings. The project site is 64.04 acres and is zoned C-K Commercial Recreation and O Open Space by the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code. Item number 2, adopt resolution 116-20 to certify the final environmental impact report for site development permit SDP 18-003. Adopt the CEQA findings and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan. The project site is located at 11262 Sawmill Mountain Road, APN 068-120-060 and APN 068-120-061.
Thank you. All right, at this time, I'd like to remind both the project applicants and those that will be doing presentations for the appellants that we do have a 15-minute time limit for each presentation, and we will have to hold to those time limits in order to have fairness across the spectrum. So with that, I'd ask if the project, actually first staff, I'm sorry, staff presentation. Ms. Quincy.
Thank you. Go
Actually,
ahead.
before we get started, I did want to provide an overview, legal overview of this public hearing. Before your board today are appeals from the decision of the Tuolumne County Planning Commission, their decision to certify the EIR for the Terra V project, including their adopting of the findings, statement of overriding consideration, and adopting the mitigation monitoring and reporting plan, and their decision to approve the site development permit. As a reminder, this is a quasi-judicial hearing. That is, your board is tasked with applying existing policies, local ordinance, state law to the facts of this specific project. The ordinance code also provides that this is a de novo review. In other words, you are providing your independent judgment based on the evidence received at this hearing. And in so doing, you'll be considering staff analyses, including the EIR, county goals, county policies, input from the applicant, input from the appellants, and input from the community through public comment, and to determine whether there's sufficient evidence to certify or not certify the EIR, and to approve with modifications, or deny the site development permit. Regarding the EIR, again, you're not here to consider your personal preferences about the project, or whether you agree with the project's business model, whether you think it's the best use for the particular parcel. The scope of the review is to consider whether the EIR is adequate, whether it adequately assesses the impacts of the project, whether there is evidence in the record that supports the required findings for certification, as outlined in the board packet. And built into that analysis is the assumption that the project is required to comply with all applicable building and fire codes. Just a bit more on the adequacy of the EIR. Adequacy is defined as having a sufficient degree of analysis to provide decision makers with information which enables them to make a decision which intelligibly takes account of environmental consequences. Courts have interpreted that not to require perfection, but to require adequacy, completeness, and a good faith effort at full disclosure. For this project, the County Counsel's Office has provided consultation and review throughout the process. We've also enlisted the assistance of outside CEQA counsel that the county's worked with for years on various issues, Tiffany Wright and Elizabeth Pollock of Remy Moose Manley, and they're available at today's hearing if there are any questions. And those efforts were to assure that the document is legally adequate and the process is legally adequate. For this particular project, because the EIR did conclude that there will be significant and unavoidable impacts, the county is required to make a statement of overriding considerations to certify the EIR. That is, the county would have to find that specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations, including considerations for the provision of employment opportunities for highly trained workers, make infeasible mitigation measures or alternatives identified in the EIR that would reduce those impacts to a less than significant level. And then briefly, for any conditions or mitigation measures required of the project, there must be a nexus between the conditions and the county's interest in the condition. And the condition must be roughly proportional to the impacts of the project. So unless there are any other questions about general legal issues, I'll pass it off to Ms. Yaley.
Madam
Before
Chair.
we get started,
Oh.
I think it is important that I disclose that I have had conversations with the project applicant and did meet with Mr. Bissell out on the project site, and I also did have a phone conversation with one of the project appellants with Save Sawmill Mountain.
Yes, Madam Chair, I did meet with Representative Henji Corporation, John Bissell on site. I also met with Mary Beth Campbell on site and with Margene Rivera on site.
And Madam Chair, I also met with the applicant on site, and I met on site with Mary Beth Campbell and one other opponent of the project. I can't remember her name right now.
I'll also add to that I'd like to disclose that I met with project proponent John Bissell at the site. I also visited the site with project opponents Mary Beth Campbell, Margene Rivera, and I believe I can still be impartial in this matter.
And the second one was Margie Rivera.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk?
Yes, I too met with applicant John Bissell and some of the proponents, Mary Beth Campbell and Margene as well. I went out to the site, met with them, had discussions, and I too believe I can make a unbiased decision here today as well.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Yaley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, fellow board members. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Community Development Department Director here at the county. I'm going to be giving you a brief presentation regarding the project, as well as bringing in our environmental consultant who assisted us in the preparation of the EIR. At the conclusion of my presentation, as the chair indicated, there'll be an opportunity for the applicant, as well as the three appellants, to address your board. We have a number of staff members who are available as well today who can answer questions when we get to that component of the hearing. So with that, the project before you today is Site Development Permit SDP 18-003. It includes a public market, a general lodge with 100 guest rooms and multi-purpose uses, indoor and outdoor areas, 26 guest rooms in 7 separate buildings, as well as 5 employee apartments with 4 rooms in each unit, for a total of 20 employee rooms. The project is proposed to develop 18% or 11.5 acres of the project site with roads, buildings, and parking. Also before you today, as the clerk stated, is a resolution to certify the final EIR, adopt CEQA findings and a statement of overriding considerations, and adopt the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The project site's located adjacent to the intersection of Sawmill Mountain Road and Highway 120. It is zoned commercial recreation and open space with a general plan designation of parks and recreation. It's 64 acres in size, with approximately 21 acres of the eastern area of the project site within the open space zoning district. Sawmill Mountain does bisect the western portion of the project site. It's important to note that hotels are a permitted land use in the commercial recreation zoning district. However, due to 17-68100 in our ordinance code, we do require a site development permit prior to construction of these types of projects. It's to ensure that certain types of projects achieve a desirable design and that they are in conformance with the latest accepted planning and engineering standards, which cover the following areas: site layout, structure design, landscaping, water, sewer service and other utilities, surface drainage, erosion control, fire protection, access, traffic circulation, and parking. A site development permit is different from a use permit in that the review is limited to the physical development of the site because the county has already determined that the use is a permitted land use. The commercial recreation zoning district does not require a project to connect to public sewer. Many times in our ordinance code, it's very specific which zoning districts are required to have public water and or public sewer. And when that information is absent, it's determined that it's not required. The general plan also has several policies relevant to wastewater treatment. I did excerpt that section of our general plan and email that to you today. Goal 3E of the general plan asks the county to maintain a healthy environment for the citizenry by setting standards for the types and methods of sewage disposal to be used by new development. And through policy 3E1 through 3E4, there's various programs and language that does allow for commercial development to not be required to connect to public sewer or public water. Implementation program 3EA does refer to public sewer in the special commercial district. However, that is gauged under policy 31E, which is about residential development. And it is important for you to remember that this is an allowed use, and the county has already said that commercial development can be located on this project site. As I mentioned, the project site's located near the intersection of Highway 120 and Sawmill Mountain Road, as well as the intersection of 120 and Hard and Flat Road. Other developments in the area include the Thousand Trails RV Park and the Berkeley Tuolumne Camp, which is undergoing a rebuilding process. There is also the Under Canvas project, which was approved by your board on December 17th. I want to just clarify that there seems to be a misunderstanding that there is a current proposed expansion of the 1000 Trails RV Park, due in part to the cumulative analysis section in the draft EIR. We did receive a pre-application for this project several years ago, but the county does not have any current applications for any proposed expansion. It was included in the cumulative analysis section to ensure that we did a conservative analysis of a worst-case scenario for development in that area. The majority of the developments located on the western portion of the project site, but on the eastern side of Sawmill Mountain Road. The eastern portion of the entire project site is located within open space zoning, as I said, from our previous zone change. Cabins and employee housing, along with some parking and water tanks, are located in the northern portion of the project site. The buildings are located to the interior of the site, with the north and west perimeter areas allocated to parking. Common guest activity spaces, such as recreation areas and pools, are located away from adjoining properties. This project includes a mix of 1-, 2-, and 3-story buildings. The proposed development would create a comprehensive, energy-efficient building infrastructure and development envelope. This slide shows a more detailed view of the buildings, which includes slanted roofs, composite fire-resistant siding, and stone veneer. The project would incorporate design elements into the building program, which include green building materials such as energy-efficient windows, skylights, doors, insulation, roofing, lighting, plumbing, and HVAC equipment. Solar panels are also proposed to be constructed on the roof of the buildings. To go over how this project was processed, an application was submitted in November of 2018, and a notice of preparation was circulated on May 2nd of 2019 and November 15th of 2019. The draft environmental impact report was submitted to the State Clearinghouse on June 15th, 2020. The public comment period was 45 days in length and closed on June 30th, 2020. To further explain the purpose and process behind an environmental impact report, I'm going to be turning the presentation over to Steve Nowak, principal at PlaceWorks, which was the consulting firm that prepared the environmental impact report. Steve?
All right, thank you, Quincy. I'm briefly just going to go over what is an EIR, then I'll talk a bit about the content of this document. It's important to understand that an EIR is an informational document that discloses information about the effects that a project could have on the environment. An EIR identifies mitigation measures, and it also describes feasible alternatives to a proposed project. An EIR must be certified prior to project approval, and the word certified is really important here. The approving body is essentially certifying that the information in the EIR is accurate and correct. The EIR, approving an EIR does not approve or deny a project. It's a separate action, again, just certifying that the information is correct. And the mitigation measures that are developed are implemented through a mitigation monitoring and reporting program. And the MMRP, as we call it, for this project is included in Appendix R, final EIR. And that document really just shows how the mitigation measure would be implemented in terms of its timing, who would monitor to ensure that it has been implemented, and then whether or not there is any long-term monitoring that is necessary as part of the mitigation measure. Next slide. We covered pretty much a full gamut of environmental topics under CEQA, including aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, energy, forest resources, geology and soils, greenhouse gas emissions, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, land use and planning, noise, population and housing, public services and recreation, transportation, utilities and service systems, and wildfire. And in this slide, you can see that the topics that are underlined in blue were either found to have no impact at all, or impacts that could be mitigated to less than significant levels with mitigation measures. Next slide. The EIR identified significant impacts for the following topics, and that was aesthetics, biological resources, cultural and tribal cultural resources, hazards and hazardous materials, hydrology and water quality, public services and recreation, transportation, utilities and service systems, and wildfire. Next slide. The EIR found significant impacts for the following projects: greenhouse gas emissions and noise. And these were found to be significant and unavoidable. That meant that even with the implementation of mitigation measures, impact would still exceed the listed thresholds for those topics. Next slide. In receiving comments on the final EIR, a comment was made suggesting potential mitigation measures for greenhouse gas emissions. This was a topic that I just noticed, had just mentioned, that was found to be significant and unavoidable. And so in consideration of this comment, the county has developed the following mitigation measure, which I am going to read, that we recommend be adopted as part of the EIR. This is revised mitigation measure GHG 1.1B and GHG 1.2B. The project applicant shall prepare a GHG emissions reduction plan with a goal to achieve net zero emissions, and shall submit the plan to Tuolumne County Community Development Department for review and approval prior to the issuance of occupancy permit. The plan shall demonstrate a reduction in emissions by 53,712 metric equivalent tons over the lifetime of the 30 years, plus 560 MCCO 2E from one-time construction emissions, or by an amount determined by a future GHG technical study. Any future technical study prepared to determine the amount of emission reduction needed shall be submitted to the Tuolumne County Community Development Department for verification of its findings. The emissions reduction plan shall demonstrate how emissions will be reduced and or offset the following. As the first step, direct on-site measures and incorporate.
So we are experiencing a little bit of a breakup in the audio here.
I'd be happy to take over. This is Alexis Mena with PlaceWorks. So I'll just take over where Steve left off. So the emissions reduction plan shall demonstrate how emissions will be reduced and or offset through the following. As a first step, the plan shall consider and incorporate direct on-site measures to reduce emissions and incorporate if feasible. Examples of such measures include increased renewable energy production and usage, fuel switching, for example, use of electricity rather than propane, increased transportation demand management measures, or other feasible measures. If net zero emissions cannot be fully achieved through direct on-site measures, the project applicant shall purchase or attain carbon credits to offset the project's remaining GHG emissions. The purchased and or attained carbon credits shall be purchased or attained on an annual basis over 30 years and may consist of either voluntary offsets, forecasted mitigation units, or a combination of both voluntary offsets and forecasted mitigation units. Offsets shall be purchased from approved California Air Resources Board project registries, and we list some examples, or a registry approved by CARB to act as a registry under the California Cap and Trade program. Forecasted mitigation units shall be purchased and or attained through the Climate Action Reserve under its Climate Forward program. Attained carbon credits shall prioritize GHG reduction benefits in the order as follows. First local, then regional, then state, then national, and lastly international. Offset mitigation credits shall be real, quantifiable, permanent, verifiable, enforceable, and additional, consistent with the standards set forth in the Health and Safety Code. Such credits shall be based on protocols consistent with the criteria set forth in Section 95972 of Title 17 of the California Code of Regulations, and shall not allow the use of offset projects originating outside of California, except to the extent that the quality of the offsets and their sufficiency under the standards set forth herein can be verified by the county and or the county air pollution control district. And just a little bit of background on offsets. They are typically, the price can vary, it's market based. Currently the price per metric ton is approximately $6 to $12, but as I mentioned, that varies and it's subject to change in the future. That's just an estimate. Next slide. So for project alternatives, CEQA requires project alternatives to be analyzed in an EIR, and those alternatives should seek to reduce the significant impacts that were identified for the proposed project. And Steve previously listed the topic areas for which the EIR identified significant impacts. So those are the topics for which we were looking to reduce impacts through the alternatives that were developed for the EIR. So the first alternative is the no project alternative, and this is required by CEQA. And under this scenario, conditions would remain as they are currently on site. The second alternative we looked at was an alternate location alternative. And in this scenario, we considered the potential effects of whether the project being built on an alternative location, which was the SCAR property. And then lastly, we looked at a reduced footprint alternative, which considered a reduced development program overall, both in terms of the size and the footprint of the project. And it also did not include the proposed emergency use helipad that's proposed on the west side of Sawmill Mountain Road. The EIR is also required to identify which alternative is environmentally superior. And in this case, it was the no project alternative. And then after that, it was the reduced footprint alternative. Public comment period for the EIR ran from June 16th through July 30th. We received 137 comment letters from various governmental agencies, organizations, and businesses and members of the public. The final EIR in Chapter 5 provides responses to all of the comments that were received on the EIR analysis. And all of the comments received also appear in an appendix to the EIR in their original format. The final EIR includes 5 chapters. In the first chapter, which is the executive summary, Table 1-1 summarizes the impacts and mitigation measures, and it shows and strike through and underline any changes that were made since the impacts and mitigation measures appeared in the draft EIR. Another key chapter is Chapter 3, which prevents the revisions to the text of the draft EIR, again using strike through and underline formatting to show any changes. And then, as I mentioned, Chapter 5 provides all the responses to comments that pertain to the substance of the EIR analysis. And then lastly, recirculation is required under CEQA when a final EIR presents significant new information. And the CEQA guidelines define what constitutes significant new information, and that can be 1, a new significant environmental impact that results either from the project itself or from a new mitigation measure. 2, a substantial increase in the severity of environmental impact unless mitigation measures can be adopted to reduce that impact to a less than significant level. 3, a feasible project alternative or mitigation measure, which is substantially different from those were already analyzed, has been identified that would lessen the impacts of the project, yet the project declines to adopt it. And lastly, if the draft EIR is determined to have been so fundamentally and basically inadequate or conclusory in nature that meaningful public review and comment were precluded. In this situation, even despite the new text that may have been added to the draft EIR through the final EIR revisions, none of that information fits any of these 4 criteria, and therefore recirculation of the draft EIR is not required. Now I'll pass it back to Quincy.
Thanks, Alexis. And just to let the board and the public know that I know the new mitigation measure text was long and lengthy. At the conclusion of my presentation, I will be posting that on the project webpage as a draft mitigation measure so that members of the public can view that during the meeting. So to continue on here as through the project presentation, the final EIR includes 7 master responses. This is an effort to capture issues that were repeatedly raised in the comment letters we received back. These were the 7 master responses, and I'm not going to go over all of them, but I'm just going to go over some of them in a little bit more detail. The first one was related to questions about the emergency helipad. In the final EIR, in response to comments that were received, the helipad is proposed to be moved closer towards the intersection of Sawmill Mountain Road and Highway 120 away from adjoining properties to the north. The emergency helipad under the alternatives, this location, it would still need to go through the same review and approvals process through the FFA and the Tuolumne County Building Division, which is described in Chapter 4.9, Hazards and Hazardous Materials of the draft EIR. The Terraview developers would still be required per FAA Regulations Part 157 to conduct an airspace study to determine whether the emergency helipad would be acceptable from an airspace utilization standpoint and meet design considerations required by the FAA. The airspace study would be required to show that the FFA does not object to the establishment of the proposed landing area and to provide determinations related to safe and efficient use of navigable airspace by aircraft with respect to safety of persons and property on the ground. Also want to be clear that the county is not requiring this emergency helipad as part of the project. This was a component that was proposed by the applicant. Since only the location of the emergency helipad would change and it would still require all of the same approvals and safety measures, mitigation measure HAZ-5 would still apply. This is a map that's included in the final EIR, figure 5.1, of the alternative location for the helipad to move further away from adjoining properties. HAZ-5 reads, prior to the start of any helipad operations on the project site, the project shall receive airspace determination approvals from the FAA, a building permit from the Tuolumne County Building Division, and a letter of land use consistency from the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Commission. Further, the project's been condition number 72, to limit the use of this helipad to emergencies only. So it's not for just regular routine business use. Another topic we explored in the final EIR was related to emergency evacuation. The draft EIR concludes that the project would not involve physical components that would interfere with the ability of the county and emergency response providers to implement emergency response activities on the project site or the vicinity. The master response provides additional information and analysis which further supports this determination. Off-site evacuation in terms of routes which are dependent on each specific incident and the county's emergency response communications. Based on communications with the Sheriff's Department and our OES coordinator, that the county did not have any concerns about the ability of the project site to be evacuated quickly and safely. And we did look at a cumulative evacuation scenario in the final EIR, which looked at what would happen if a number of projects in the vicinity were evacuated at the same time. And again, no significant impacts were identified. With respect to wildfire, the project area has been at risk of wildland fires long before the site was zoned for hotel use in 1991. County, state, and other public agencies have experience in adopting policies and regulations to reduce the risk of ignition during construction to acceptable, manageable risk. These requirements were reviewed and considered by the project applicant's team and were integrated into the design and engineering work as part of the initial application package. The project's fire safety features are integrated, as I said, into the design and address regulatory requirements and policy direction. I talked a little bit about this in a previous meeting, but we have not undergone a code analysis for this project. We are merely doing the environmental review for the discretionary entitlement, and a more in-depth code analysis in terms of compliance with building and fire code standards will happen at the time of the building permit. With respect to wastewater treatment, in the final EIR, they did upgrade from a standard system to a micro-membrane reactor, which includes an influent screening process for nutrient removal and an aeration zone for activated sludge and membrane filtration. The proposed treatment system would be placed in a building now, which is proposed to be located in the maintenance yard at on the west side of Sawmill Mountain Road. And the building would consist of a poured-in-place concrete slab, reinforced concrete block, metal roof trusses, and a galvanized metal roof, and would be fitted with sound attenuation measures to ensure that the operating noise is equal to or less than 65 decibels at 3 feet. And as Alexis stated, this is not considered new information that would require recirculation of the EIR. When we look at emergency services related to wildfire, the EIR looks at the baseline situation. So a proposed project that comes in is not responsible for correcting any of the existing deficiencies that may or may not exist in an emergency response system. The draft EIR and the county do acknowledge that new development and increased activity on the project site could increase wildfire risks. But really, CEQA was looking at if the impacts from a project with respect to emergency services requires the construction of a new facility, which in that facility, would that facility have an environmental impact? And the EIR found it would not. In addition, there's a condition of approval on the project that there is an annual fair share cost of emergency services payment. This was constructed outside of the CEQA analysis due to the narrow view that CEQA provides on this, and is a condition of approval that going forward, this project pay its fair share for its use of emergency services. This is a table that's from the appendix of the draft EIR, which is our start at when we're looking at what potential call volumes could a project like this draw on. And we'll be using this information along with working with our EMS partners to arrive at a fair share contribution that is to be paid annually. There were some questions regarding what would happen in an emergency. And as we've said, we do not dispute that the distance from existing emergency services providers is not immediately adjacent to this site. And we have required conditions of approval to treat on-site emergencies until first responders arrive, as well as the project requires a contribution to this fair share emergency response system. A specific response scenario depends on the kind of emergency and who is designated as incident command. For example, if there was a wildfire, response is through the Stanislaus National Forest. A structure fire, the response would be through the county through a cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE, which in the wintertime, the engine comes first from the CAL FIRE Groveland Station through the Amador contract, and in the summertime comes from the CAL FIRE Groveland Station as a mutual benefit to the county. We also have the ability to have additional services provided through mutual aid agreements with other fire districts. Law enforcement response would come from either highway patrol and or sheriff, and medical is done through our dispatch. Both types of fire incidents that could occur on the site use established auto aid and mutual aid agreements to provide resources from the appropriate agencies that may just not be limited to the county or the National Forest. But overall, the EMS system is multi-layered and interconnected, and a response scenario depends on the timing, nature, location, and other context-specific details that are assessed by professionals at the time of the emergency. Some additional information. All of the required comment periods that are either stipulated under the California Environmental Quality Act or the Brown Act were adhered to during the process. Because of the complex nature of this project and its involvement with multiple county departments, the entire county team speaks into any project schedule, taking into consideration other project responsibilities, county priorities, and board direction. To speak to the issue with the timing of this project as it relates to the processing of the Under Canvas project, they were processed by separate consultants, and in moments of time, these projects did overlap in their analysis. However, the county did not drive these projects to be completed and released at the same time. Our responsibility is to receive and review administrative drafts, provide comments back to them, and then when we received revised draft documents that meet our standards, we release them to the public. Due to the Community Development Department staff working remote, we did have some technical issues posting documents from time to the web, which did result in a post 5 p.m. publication in one instance. It was not intentional, we had some remote connection situations. It's our department's procedure to publish documents when they are ready, and therefore this meeting is scheduled today to pursue a timely review by your board. Another concern raised by the public was the length of the document. This project, due to the location and its description, required extensive technical studies. The level of information that's provided in an EIR must respond to the issues raised during a notice of preparation, the thresholds of significance adopted or used by a local agency, and case law that results from sequel-related lawsuits. Despite this being a permitted land use, all the technical studies were necessary to respond to concerns raised by stakeholders and to address the required legal standards that EIRs now must meet as a result of case law. I also have received and read many comments regarding the appeals process. And I just want to be clear that any aggrieved party can file an appeal under our ordinance code, no matter whom they represent. When appeals are received, they're scheduled for hearings far enough in advance to meet noticing deadlines in accordance with our ordinance code and the Brown Act. When the county received the first appeal on this project, a hearing was scheduled to meet those two requirements. When the second and third appeals were received, the hearings were moved to ensure that timely notice was provided to those appellants as well. Hence, the meeting is being scheduled before you today. Almost there. There are several issues that have been raised outside the CEQA guidelines. One is related to allegation of illegal zoning and land division. The county surveyor has reviewed this issue and has not found any concerns or that procedural errors were committed. I did speak previously to the funding of a fair share emergency services, and my department is actively engaged with the county administrator's office as well as our EMS partners to move that process along. Lastly, there was a concern that Sawmill Mountain Road was not evaluated. It will require a NEPA review at the conclusion of any county entitlements that are issued. NEPA and CEQA, while we strive to do those in conjunction with each other, those processes, sometimes that doesn't happen, and that's perfectly fine. And so it is adequate for the NEPA process to finish after the conclusion of the CEQA process. The project was considered by the Planning Commission on December 1st, 2020. They approved the project with a modification to Condition 22. And I would ask that if and when your board makes a motion on this project, that we modify Condition 22. As I said, we received appeals December 3rd and December 11th. They cited lack of water, illegal land divisions, and an inadequate EIR. And the appellants will be speaking to you shortly, and I'm sure we'll expand on those points. We did also receive a letter from Shute, Mahali, and Weinberg dated December 11th, again raising concerns about the legality of an appeal that had been filed. I've covered that in your hearing today, but I'm happy to answer questions if you have any more about that. Your decision process today is to certify an EIR and approve the project. You may certify the EIR and deny the project. You may choose to not certify the EIR and you may deny the project. You may send the project back to staff. And as I said, we do have various county staff members and consultants available during this meeting should you have any questions. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions for Ms. Yaley at this time? Mr. Kirk, Supervisor Kirk, any questions?
I'll save them till later on.
All right. So at this time, we are going to hear a presentation from the project applicant. And I want to remind the project applicant that they have 15 minutes for this presentation. And who will be doing this, Mr. Bissell or John? Mr. Bissell, are you with us?
Yes, I am. I'm right here.
All right. If you'd like to go ahead with your presentation.
Thank you. Madam Chair, Supervisors, thank you for the opportunity today to briefly discuss the Terraview project. Today we're going to highlight 4 different areas that include fire life safety, wastewater, public water, and Terraview operations. First, one to share my screen, if I may. The first issue I wanted to talk about was the defensible space. And as you can see from this photo, the site in its existing condition is very sparse. And while the FDIR talks about creating a fire breaks and defensible space and using 200 to 250 feet. As you can see here, where the project is located, it's implementing a 500-foot aspiration really is quite doable to the extent that it's our property. And as you can see here, about 75% of that is within our boundary line. In addition to that, obviously the project will be producing a wildland fire prevention plan, a vegetation management plan. As far as the building construction, this project will incorporate the latest fire suppression and fire alarm systems. These systems will be supported by 3 large holding tanks that are shown here in blue. Each one of these will hold up to 200,000 gallons for a total of 600,000 gallons. That'll be used not only for to protect the building structure with interior and exterior fire sprinklers, but also to serve the fire hydrants that would be surrounding all of the different structures. In addition to that, the building itself, not that it's required by code, but a decision was made by our group to implement a non-combustible building program. And as Quincy mentioned, this would ensure that all parts of the structure interior and exterior finishes would be non-combustible. In addition to that, we are going to have a certain amount of staff on time, available at all times, that are not volunteers, but they have completed a certified program through the regional fire training camp, fire training facility. Another item I wanted to point out was that in addition to all the, the fire suppression and fire life safety protections, there will be no guest kitchens that will be part of the project, as well as there will not be any outdoor fireplaces that would be guest operated. Lastly, I just want to touch on the amount of services and assets that would be available to fight a wildland fire surrounding the project. As you see in this screen here, the project is located in a state responsibility area enveloped by the U.S. Forest Service lands, which have, as you can see, a number of firefighting assets that pretty much surround our project. And these include helicopter response, 5-man truck crews, as well as hot shots. And these are located, again, as close as, I believe, 5 miles to the project. In addition, so I'm gonna hand off the presentation to Jeff Black with Blackwater Consulting. He's going to be followed by Chris Coppinger with Geoscience, and then finally, Mr. Alan Flatt, President of TerraV, will highlight some operational overview. And so I will turn that back to Chris, or excuse me, to Jeff. Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you, John. Let me just share my screen here. All right, can everybody hear me fine?
Yes.
Oh, so thank you. My name's Jeff Black. I'm with Blackwater Consulting. John asked me to spend a few minutes just touching on the wastewater treatment disposal and a little bit about our company. Just to start with, Blackwater is located in Modesto, California, so we're about 60 miles from the project site. We do quite a bit of work in the foothills, Tuolumne, and Calaveras counties. Our company was started in 2012. We have a staff of 16. We have 3 PEs, 5 staff engineers. We have a registered environmental health specialist on staff, 4 CAD designers, construction inspector, and a couple of administrative staff. And as our name implies, our area of specialty is in water-related projects. We're pretty much evenly split between water and wastewater type projects, and approximately 80% of our work is public agency or public works projects. For the TerraV project, Blackwater's role is for the planning and the design of the wastewater treatment and disposal facilities. And the design criteria that we're working with here is based on a wastewater characteristic of domestic wastewater. It's got an anticipated average dry weather flow of about 23,000 gallons per day from the project. Our effluent goals are to achieve a treated water quality that's compliant with the California Title 22 disinfected tertiary recycled water standards. That would produce a treated water quality with a biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, of 10 milligrams per liter. Total suspended solids of 10 milligrams per liter, the same for total nitrogen, and a total coliform of with an MPN of less than 2.2. So that is the most stringent water quality effluent from a wastewater treatment plant that's permitted in the state of California. With that type of effluent quality, it opens up quite a few disposal options. And for this project, the disposal options that will be incorporated are seasonal irrigation, dual plumbed systems. It can be used for fire storage and fire suppression, and also percolation. The treatment technology that's going to be used at Terra V is called a membrane bioreactor, or MBR. And during the previous hearing, there was some reference or some questions about septic systems. And just to be clear, this is not a septic system. And in fact, on the treatment scale, it's at the opposite end of the spectrum. It's a very complete and detailed treatment process. It includes a front end screening process that would remove any inorganics or solids or plastics or just basically trash that gets into the system. That's going to be followed by a biological treatment process where essentially microorganisms are going to break down the organic matter and convert it into essentially water, carbon dioxide, and nutrients. There's an ultrafiltration step that's next, and that's the membrane part of the membrane bioreactor. It removes any remaining solids or bacteria or microorganisms that are in the process. And then after the ultrafiltration step, there's a disinfection step, which is accomplished through chlorination or ultraviolet light, UV, or a combination of both. The system is a packaged system. It's approximately the size of a shipping container, and it comes pre-assembled and mounted on a skid, and the approximate dimensions are 9 feet by 32 feet long and 12 feet high. And as previously mentioned, this one would be installed in a building that's on site. And the last thing I wanted to hit were just some of the advantages of an MBR. The first advantage is they're very simple to operate, especially ones that are package systems. They can be operated remotely or locally, and they're very effective over a wide range of flows that might vary seasonally. They have a small footprint. This one approximately a 400 square foot footprint. They come skid mounted, and this one would be enclosed inside of a building. They're environmentally responsible. They're relatively quiet. There's a couple of blowers that provide oxygen and air to the treatment system. This one has approximate 20% waste compared to a conventional treatment plant that you might see at your city or your town that you live in, and high efficiency motor blowers or blower motors. They have the highest quality effluent. I mentioned previously they remove nutrients like nitrates, phosphates, and ammonia, and the disinfected tertiary wastewater also includes microbial inactivation using UV or chlorination. And finally, the recycled water that's produced by the system. This was approved by the state of California in 2012 for these uses of landscape irrigation, dual plumb systems for fire protection or percolation. And that's all I had. I'll turn it back to you, John.
Hi, John. If you'd like me to just go ahead and take over, it's Chris Coppinger from Geoscience. I wanted to take a minute to discuss the groundwater study that we had done. So the first thing, Geoscience is a small, highly focused groundwater firm. We're about 26 people right now. Most of our staff are professionals with PG, CG licenses. For this project, Brian Villalobos was the principal in charge. He's a PG, CEG, and CHG. I was the project manager. Between us, we've got 45 years of experience in the industry. I was recently selected, actually, I guess both of us were recently selected to join the Department of Water Resources Well Standards Update Committee for the state. So we were tasked with determining the impact of pumping the Terra V wells. So we've got a little map here showing the 2 Terra V pumping wells, 3 monitoring wells that were completed as part of the monitoring for the project, neighbor wells that were included in the monitoring for the study. This is a Terra V borehole that was drilled but didn't have any production. I wanted to make sure that was clear that this well was not used as part of the study. It was mentioned in some of the comments, but it's a separate entity. And then some of the under canvas wells. So we wanted to design a pumping test that would put the most stress on the fractured bedrock aquifer to really be able to quantify what the impact would be of the pumping on the area. So we started with the California Water Resources Control Board standards for a fractured rock aquifer pumping test. And then we modified those procedures to be a little bit more conservative. So to do that, we included pumping both of the Terra V wells at the same time and scheduled the test to be concurrent with one of the under canvas wells being pumped. So during the testing, water levels were measured at least every 30 minutes, and then recovery was monitored after the pumping was shut off. So the results of the pumping test, which we can see here, show that water levels stabilized during pumping. We had a minor adjustment in pumping right here and here. And then once the pumping was stopped, we can see the water levels in both wells recovered. So the results of this pumping test show that the operations of Terra V wells will not cause significant negative impact on the groundwater supply. And I wanted to address a couple of comments.
Unfortunately, the 15 minutes is up. And in the interest of fairness, we do have to stay to that 15-minute timeline. I'd ask at this time though, if any of the supervisors have any questions.
Yes, I think this is the time to ask this question because Quincy, you brought up there was in some of the oppositions about the number of employee housing and then the number of employees in reading the documents. Is this the time to ask the proponent to clarify the, it says it's going to be 20 rooms, but how many people are in those rooms? And then the number of employees has been under question. And is this the time for the proponent to answer those questions?
Yeah, and before we ask the proponent, I'm going to give Alexis or Steve at PlaceWorks a heads up, and maybe they could speak first to how the EIR accounted for the number of employees and the different kinds of analysis that occurred, and then is that something that you're...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Alexis or Steve, could you speak to employee counts with respect to the EIR, and then just briefly, and then we can ask the applicant to explain more about the number of employees on the site.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sure, thanks.
Sure. So the number of occupants on site are provided, that were included in the analysis, are provided in the project description of the draft EIR, which is chapter 3. I'm getting some echo, but if you can hear me okay, I'll keep talking. Okay, so there would be a maximum occupancy of 400 guests in the main lodge and a maximum occupancy of 156 guests in the cabin rooms. In terms of the employee population, we considered an employee count of 40 employees and up to 20 on-site employee housing units, as well as rooms for, I believe it was 2 rooms for managers in the main lodge itself. And I just wanted to clarify that in terms of the employee count, it's not actually used as a metric in the analysis. So for example, the trip generation numbers are based on the size of the hotel itself and the number of employee housing units. The number of actual employees in the hotel does not factor into that calculation. For the water and wastewater numbers, those are based on the number of plumbing fixtures on site, and again, are not affected by the actual employee count. So the only place where the employee count is really discussed in terms of an impact discussion is in the population and housing chapter, which is a qualitative discussion.
Thanks, Alexis. John, or the applicant, would you talk about, I think Supervisor Gray's question is to how the operation is run with 40 employees.
Yes, sure. Rajan or Alan, do you want to speak to that?
Sure, I can speak to it. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Raj Hanschi, and I'm with Hanschi Corp. Before I get into the details of the employee count, I just wanted to restate who we are as a company. Hanschi has been in business for over 45 years, running award-winning full service, limited service restaurants and bars. In 1974, my father started the company with a 26-room motel near Disneyland, and we've been developing and operating hotels since. Just to be clear, we're not Rush Creek or Evergreen Lodge, and we should not be compared to their operation or staffing levels, which we have been in some of the responses. Based on our team's decades of experience and how we run our existing hotels, we are quite confident in our employee count. Our industry has been facing challenges relating to labor shortage for several years now, and is with this in mind that we actually made the determination to take a different approach for Terraview. We started with the culture, and we determined to change how our hotels are typically operated. So instead of having employees tasked with a single job position, we wanted to create an environment where everyone participated equally in the many departments and the function of the hotel. This not only creates operational efficiencies, but it also creates a culture of equality amongst the team. Learning from our other properties, we addressed each of the departments. And let's take food and beverage, for example. We researched through our existing operations the most efficient options, creating menus that are easy to execute. So, reduce kitchen staff, as well as using counter service, for example, for ordering and grab and go options where we don't need servers and wait staff. We revisited the guest room design and furnishings to create spaces that are easier to clean, require less maintenance and upkeep. And additionally, we're going to limit the actual room servicing at Terraview during a guest stay. We operate all our hotels with a great level of efficiency. I have a few examples of hotels in the employee counts. For example, we have a 200-room full-service hotel, independent hotel in the Disneyland area, runs high occupancy, high 80% occupancy. This particular property has 75% suites, so we're having 5-6 guests per room, so a high volume of guests running through it, and we have 65 full-time employees. Another example, we have a 320-room limited service branded hotel with food and beverage, and that one has 90 full-time employees. So again, we are confident. We've been doing this for over 45 years. We know how to operate hotels. We understand the limitations of labor in the area. And again, our industry has been going through this, so this is something that's been top of mind for us. So I hope this is helpful, and happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you. That answered it. The other question had to do with the housing. How many people that you have 20 rooms? Is there more than one person in each room, or do you have other housing ideas, I guess is what I'm looking at.
Okay, so this Supervisor Gray, this is relating to employee housing.
Yes.
Okay, so currently we have the employee housing units will house 20 employees on site. But John, you want to speak of other plans and options that we've been considering?
Well, sure. Supervisor Gray, to get a little more specific. So on site, we have 5 workforce housing apartments. Each apartment will have 4 bedrooms and share common areas such as a common kitchen, a common living room, and be supplemented with 2 bathrooms. As far as offsite goes, we've been looking for we've heard a lot of comments from the public about the pressure on the local community and the lack of housing, and we acknowledge that. In fact, if I can share my screen real quick, if you look at the Groveland area, I mean, the impact is not being caused by Rush Creek or Evergreen or hopefully or otherwise Terra V. I mean, the pressure is caused by entities as in Airbnb and VRBO, which put enormous pressure on the community to as far as available housing. Because of that, actually, I mean, there's obviously a need for more hotel rooms, such as Terra V. But our plan to address this, for the last couple of years, we've been looking at undeveloped land to develop additional workforce housing that may also be used for offsiting our laundry facility or maintenance supplements to our maintenance or engineering departments. But we sort of hit a little bit of a roadblock with that in not knowing what exactly is going to be approved. And so upon receiving an approval of the project, we'll be executing an acquisition to develop workforce housing either in the Groveland area or surrounding area. Not to mention, obviously, we'll be pulling employees from a little further beyond there, be it Jamestown, Sonora, Modesto, Merced, what have you. And I hope that answers your question, Supervisor.
Yes, thank you.
Are there any other board questions at this time? All right. Thank you very much for that presentation. And if you'll be staying with us, I'm sure, in case there are questions as we get farther along. So at this time, we are going to move to presentations by the appellants. There are 3 different appellants, and they will each appellant will have 15 minutes to do their presentation. The first appellant, I believe, is Miss Claire Kosovich. Claire, are you with us? Claire, are you with us?
Madam Chair, I do see that she is logged into the meeting. I'll see if I can't get her to unmute.
So, Claire, we cannot hear you. Is there a possibility that you are muted?
Hold on, let me try one more. See if she moved. Madam Chair, if I can't get her unmuted, you could go to, if you'd like the next one, and I'll step out and phone her and make sure that she's.
Thank you. Let's do that. Let's
Okay.
go ahead and go to our second appellant, which is Save Sawmill Mountain. And I believe that is Miss Ellison Fulk and Mary Beth Campbell. Are you with us?
I am. Hello.
Thank you. Hello. And
Yeah.
go,
Hi.
Go ahead. You have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Mary Beth, and I represent Save Sawmill Mountain. It's a broad coalition of community members from all around Tuolumne County, including Twain Harte, Sonora, Jamestown, Groveland, Pine Mountain Lake, Big Oak Flat, Hardin Flat, Sawmill Mountain, and other areas. And we are concerned about this project for many reasons. We're united in our desire for responsible and safe planning, as well as in our deep roots in this community and the enduring love we have for its unique and rural charm. We're passionate about its future and its legacy. I'm here today because we have serious concerns about the project, the county's environmental review process, and the resulting EIR. But first, there's been a lot of talk about the timeline of this process, and we'd like to say we still believe that this county has not been given the scrutiny it deserves or the time. And yes, while the county has worked real long and hard on this, it has also pushed this project through at every minute at the bare minimum notice to the public, especially during challenging times like the holidays. The result is inadequate opportunities for impacted people and those who are troubled by the project to have their concerns raised and addressed. While it can be acknowledged that from the county's perspective, this has been a 2-year process and people have worked really hard to bring it to fruition, it is also equally and simultaneously acknowledged that from a public perspective, it appears that at every turn, the county has done its best to manipulate the process in order to create the greatest advantage for the county. This is to the detriment of public participation and input. With that said, I'm going to address just a few of the many egregious failures that have been identified in our multiple letters to the county over the last couple of years. I'm going to start with wildfire impacts and safety. First, this is increased fire risk. There is increased fire risk with this project. Planning to place this enormous commercial use in a CAL FIRE designated very high fire hazard severity zone is flat out irresponsible, no matter how you spin it. This project will bring untold numbers of people to the area, which will, without a doubt, substantially increase the risk of fire. In California, 97% of wildfires are caused by humans, either accidentally or on purpose, and thus bringing more people into this rural area who are unfamiliar with the delicate and tenuous balance of a forest is going to substantially increase the odds that fire will happen. They will create higher hazardous fire conditions, either with the careless use of ignition sources like matches or cigarettes or car backfire, or building unsanctioned campfires or some other means. Assuming people are just going to stay on site or only make daily trips in and out to Yosemite and not go out and explore the natural surrounding in the residential area is naive and dangerous. Potential fires will not only threaten future guests, it's also in the employees of the hotel. They're also going to threaten existing residents and their homes that have been there for decades. The EIR's assumption that this increased fire risk can be mitigated by building codes, hotel guest rules of conduct, employee training, and vegetation management is completely unrealistic, and it's at odds with the evidence that we have seen in the fires that have ravaged California in 2017, 18, 19, and 20. Even newer buildings that were built according to stricter and latest fire standards were destroyed at high rates in these fires. And maintaining defensible states did little to deter their destruction as well. Additionally, the many firefighting resources in the area recently just pointed out by Mr. Bissell assumes that no other fires are happening in the state or on the West Coast, and that everyone is available to be deployed. We all know that this is not always the case in the West Coast fire season. Increased risk of fire is a significant and unavoidable impact of this project, and the EIR does little to acknowledge that fact. The EIR's approach is misleading in this regard, and it fails to accurately inform the public and the county decision makers of the true impact and the dangerous reality of approving this project. Secondly, the EIR does not adequately address impacts on emergency access and evacuation. Primary access to the project site is by way of Forest Route Road 1S03, also known as Sawmill Mountain Road. This road is a small 2-lane unimproved forest road that is not suitable for commercial use. In fact, the EIR fails to acknowledge that federal law precludes the use of this road to support a commercial enterprise. The applicant needs to design a project that includes more reasonable access, like say from Highway 120, rather than using a small forest route road. And then the EIR needs to reevaluate the impacts of this new access. The EIR also fails to address impacts related to emergency access and evacuations. Between Terra V, Undercamus, Berkeley Camp, and Yosemite Lakes, there will be a substantial increase in the number of people and vehicles in a very, very small area, and they would all need to go to Highway 20 in the case of a wildfire evacuation. It is not enough, as the EIR implies, to recognize that the number of vehicles that would be evacuating in a wildfire evacuation is far less than the daily capacity of Highway 120. And then, assume that, okay, well, because of that, everything's fine. That's not the issue. The issue is whether, in the case of a wildfire emergency, there is adequate capacity to evacuate all those people and cars quickly. During the mock fire that occurred this last year, it took hours to evacuate Groveland. By many accounts, the effort was disorganized. People had a hard time getting the accurate evacuation information. In a true emergency with a fire that starts near or on Terra V site itself, or worse yet, in the case of a fast-moving wildfire at night, the ability to evacuate quickly is going to be critical. Yet the EIR fails to adequately address this issue. Instead, it just justifies its feeble evacuation evaluation by stating the following. It is important to note that mass evacuation is not an instantaneous event during which all vehicles may need to exit, and that they would do so at the same moment. Well, that might be true, except when it's not. Making this statement, given the reality of California's wildfire landscape these last few years, is astonishingly irresponsible. The EIR even goes on to further rationalize its position and says, the county does not anticipate a scenario in which the project site area would be evacuated at the same time as another community. An incident requiring evacuation of the project site and nearby homes would not require simultaneous evacuation of other communities. In the event of a large wildfire, evacuation would occur in stages, and the project site would be evacuated at a different time than nearby communities. Let's assume for a second, that in looking through those rose-colored glasses and the county's magical thinking, that the scenario of multiple communities needing to evacuate at one time just won't happen. Let's assume that. There's still a larger problem here. It's that the county should anticipate this scenario. It's the county's job. In fact, not only should the county anticipate this scenario, the county should be taking active measures to avoid it. Lack of anticipation is what ravaged Santa Rosa in the Tubbs fire, Paradise in the Camp fire, Whiskeytown in the Carr fire, Ventura in the Thomas fire, and it led to unnecessary loss of life. These four are among the deadliest and most destructive wildfires in all of California's history, and they have all happened since 2017. I'm quite sure the people in Paradise wished that there had been time for a more orderly, staggered, and staggered evacuation, but there wasn't. The EIR should take the issue of evacuation far more seriously and look to the reality of what is happening in California year after year on larger and larger scales. And instead of making assertions about what evacuations should be or could be or look like in a best case scenario, what's happening is ultimately, with this EIR, the county is rolling the dice that this kind of thing simply will not happen here. Lastly, in an attempt to make the appearance of evacuation risk smaller, the EIR calls out evacuation routes that are alternate. Too specifically, it calls out, just in case Highway 120 near Terra V was to become somehow blocked. The EIR reads, alternate access out of the immediate project area is available southward via Hard and Flat Road and northward via the USF service roads north of the project. This is an extraordinarily misleading assertion, as anyone who knows this area knows that Hard and Flat Road is windy, narrow, and that in both directions, it leads directly right back to Highway 120. And this is not actually, it's not an actually viable alternative evacuation route. It does not have the capacity to handle the amount of traffic from 4 recreational facilities, and it dead ends to Highway 120, thus it cannot be considered a true alternate route. To suggest this route is a viable option in a mass evacuation is disingenuous at best. Further, the service road that the EI refers to that is north of Terra V is actually Sawmill Mountain Road, or 1SO3, where Terra V will be located, and presumably where hundreds of people will be trying to evacuate. Again, anyone who knows this area knows that suggesting 1SO3 and the string of other forest roads it connects us to way deep in the forest is an absurd evacuation route. 103 is an unpaved gravel and dirt road and is not suitable to standard vehicles or large motorhomes. It has multiple forks in the road where one could get deep lost into the forest if they don't know where they're going. Furthermore, it is mostly passable as long as you carry a chainsaw and you move any downed trees blocking the road, which is often the case. Let's be clear. To suggest that 103, an unlit, deeply rutted gravel back road, is a viable option is itself a hazard, especially to those unfamiliar with the area fleeing a fire in the middle of the night. And if that's not enough, the final problem with 103 is, should you find your way through it and not get lost, ultimately you end up at Evergreen Road, where you would be met with all the other people attempting to evacuate from Evergreen Lodge, trying to get to 120. The fact that these routes are called out as alternatives is not only dangerous, but very deceiving in terms of actually providing viable evacuation routes. This throws into question the seriousness of the EIR and its evacuation concerns, and its true knowledge of the nature and the remoteness of this area, which is crucial to understanding what kind of project should actually be appropriately built here. As such, the EIR fails to adequately address these important safety issues, which could ultimately put people's lives at risk. The EIR also fails to adequately analyze noise impacts. The project area is primarily Forest Service land with small residential inholdings that are directly adjacent with no buffer zone to the project. This area is unusually quiet. The EIR's noise analysis fails to acknowledge the character of this area in that regard and provides no specific mitigations. Instead, it falls back on platitudes about complying with the county noise standards and without even demonstrating that those standards can be met or that they would actually reduce the project's noise impacts to the area. For example, the EIR completely dismisses noise impacts that would be felt by people enjoying the outdoors on their private properties or walking in the woods. These are some of the primary uses and values of the area currently, and yet the EIR ignores impacts on all of them. And then there's the helipad. The EIR completely fails to disclose what this means for the environment and provides no mitigation at all. This is not acceptable. The helipad, which was originally located mere yards away from the nearby residents, was moved to the Caltrans building to appease the neighbors. This is now the primary location, and Sawmill Mountain is the secondary location. However, there's no approval or evidence that with this new primary location, it would be acceptable to the many agencies that would sanctify it. Instead, the EIR says the feasibility of the alternate location would be determined through the design and approval process for the helipad, including input from the permitting agencies. In effect, the EIR improperly seeks to defer implementation of this mitigation measure until after project approval. The EIR must first determine whether the new primary alternative helipad location is even feasible and analyze noise and other impacts associated with the new alternative location before the project can be approved. If the new location is later determined to be infeasible, the helipad will move back to the secondary location nearest the neighbors, and thus the noise impacts of the neighbors remain unmitigated. Typically, as part of an application process for helipads, an acoustic study would be required to be submitted to California Department of Transportation Division of Aeronautics, but the EIR does not include any acoustic studies of helicopter noise in this project, and its analysis falls far short of the standards required by CEQA. Instead of providing full analysis of helicopter noise, the EIR asserts that it is difficult to accurately quantify with certainty the future noise exposure associated with emergency proposed helipad at the nearest existing sensitive uses. In other words, the EIR is not entirely sure of the impact because it doesn't know right now where the helipad is going to ultimately end up. But the EIR is pretty confident that it will probably work out and be just fine for the project, regardless of location. This is not good process. With an 80-page appendix added after the draft EIR was circulated, the final EIR attempts to paper over some of these failures in regards to noise impact. But even the new document continues to ignore project impacts itself. Additionally, its disjointed response to comments is confusing, and it fails to provide the complete analysis that members of the general public can understand and that they deserve. I've just highlighted a few of the many flaws of this project and the county's environmental review. We've submitted many detailed letters over the last few years on the legal flaws in the county's approach and the many EIR deficiencies. There's not enough time to go over it all in 15 minutes. However, the letter from legal representation of the Hansji Corporation just 2 days ago demonstrates something interesting and what the project applicant thinks of the CEQA process. In its letter, Hansji's representative dismisses important information about the project impacts and makes the completely untenable but revealing claim that CEQA should not apply to this project or its many environmental impacts. The board's role is not to defer to a project applicant who doesn't think an EIR should evaluate the project's potential to, say, increase wildfire risk, nor is it the board's role to evaluate the project's potential, nor is it the board's role to defer to an applicant who questions why an environmental review should be required at all for a project of this size and this impact. Board's job is to ensure that the project makes sense for this community, that it complies with all applicable laws, and that the EIR adequately discloses and mitigates the project's many significant environmental impacts. This EIR clearly does not. As such, the board should overturn the ruling of the Planning Commission and not certify the EIR or approve this project at all based on the deficient information that it has before it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mary Beth. I'd ask at this time if there are any questions from any board members. I don't see any. Supervisor Campbell?
I guess I was looking for clarification, and I don't know if this is for Mary Beth or for staff, but my understanding was that the helicopter landing pad is that actually restricted to emergency vehicles, CAL FIRE, Mediflight, that type of thing? I mean, is that actually in the plan?
Condition number 72 restricts the helicopter use, the helipad use for emergencies only.
So the only time there would be helicopters coming in and out of there is if there was an emergency that required that?
Right, coordinated through EMS or one of our EMS partners.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mary Beth. At this time, do we have Ms. Kosevich? Is Claire going to dial in and speak to us over our phone line? Do we have, I'm looking for some confirmation of that.
I believe she's unmuted now, Madam Chair.
All right. Claire, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Hello. I would remind you that you have 15 minutes for your presentation. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Claire Kosevich, and I appealed the Planning Commission's approval to this Board of Supervisors, not really to dispute those findings, but rather to correct the record regarding public comment about the lack of sufficient water to operate this project. I was actually really surprised to learn from doing more research that the commission hearing that the Terra V group made the internal decision to reduce the project size in order to satisfy the concerns of the so-called Save Sawmill Mountain group. And yet they're still not satisfied. During the hearing, many of these people continued to read rather cut and paste statements that the project's water supply is deficient, when it turns out that they actually really have 4.5 times the amount needed. And I'm actually going to add that my original appeal stated that I didn't believe that there was enough water, but after doing research in geoscience and looking at everything in the EIR, I personally believe that there actually really is enough water. It's not my unqualified, unsupported opinion, of which really many have been heard, but rather the facts prepared by the licensed hydrogeologist of geoscience. I feel the project was actually unnecessarily reduced to satisfy these selfish and unfounded claims that were clearly an organized attempt to protect their own commercial uses and prevent fair market competition. This resulted that the Terra V rooms be scaled down from 200 to 126, a reduction of actually 37%, which took away 74 area hotel rooms, substantial jobs, and significant tax revenue in the county, which actually represents all of the citizens in the county that's desperately needed extra money. While the Save Sawmill Mountain attorney questions the nature of my appeal, I can actually tell you my concerns are very real, and they still are very real. And I speak for many of the area residents that do not support the efforts of these few organized protesters that are clearly attempting to protect their status quo and self-appointed land entitlements at the detriment of my family and all county residents. We're likely going to hear again tonight the same unfounded claims, be it water, sewer, public safety, and I hope this board will see that these claims for what they are, a small organized group pushing an agenda that is not in the best interest of the public at large. Thank you guys for the opportunity to address the board, and I hope you will approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this time, we will hear from Our third appellant, who is, I believe, Matt Chapman. Matt, are you with us? Go ahead, Matt. You're on with the board, and I'll remind you, you have 15 minutes for your presentation.
Could I request arrangement of exhibits before I begin, please? Because that might take some time.
Ms. Yaley, you're bringing them up, correct?
Mr. Chapman, if you can just let me know via exhibit number which one you'd like shown, I can make sure they're on the screen. So if you can give me exhibit 1 through 6, or the...
There was an additional one I sent in addition to that last group. I don't know where it comes up in the sequence, but I'll start with the original exhibit 1. You can let me know when that's up and I'll proceed.
Go ahead.
Okay, the original exhibit 1 is a lot line adjustment sketch, hopefully. It was meant to be presented upside down because it correlates with the rest of them. We went through this once before. There's a dashed line that represents a 1960 survey calls of the deed of Maisie Wolstenhume. Paralleling at an angle that line is a solid line that represents the 2003 Caltrans survey. The land in between represents the land and certificate of compliance. I'll go on to exhibit 2. It should be there are 2 colored surveys. They're the 2003 surveys. I think the first one in a group is the eastern side. And there's arrows pointing out monuments that were set in 1960 and found in 2003. Then the second colored survey is the western side of the parcel near the Sawmill Mountain Road. And it shows 2 brass monuments that were set in 1960 and found in the 2003 survey. If we proceed on to the next exhibit, we'll see, which is actually a survey of record for the prior 2. It has Maisie Wolstenhume's name on it, and that is the 1960 survey, and it shows the same monuments that were set and found in the 2003 survey. Both of those surveys of record show the highway in the exact same place. The bearings are the same within fractions of a degree, and the measurements are the same. So that's sort of what I'm trying to point out, and just as a matter of record, that be noted. Now, I added another plat that was inside the lot line adjustment sketch, and it has, it shows the 0.13 acre parcel that was deeded back to Manly by Caltrans. And you'll see on that plat 2 black arrows. One points to 57, the other points to 29. The 29 is the 0.13 acre parcel that was not part of the commercial recreation zoning. That said, I will move on. I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. Okay. Due to the constraints of 15 minutes, I rely upon the written submittals in addition to these comments. The survey fly as exhibited relates only one element of the MAP Act complaint. Due to lead agency prejudicial abuses of discretion set forth within my appeal, this board has consequently been left uninformed of the full merits of the complaint's 23 points of fact, law, and circumstance therein related. I would additionally point out that the apparent conflict in interest and bias of the county surveyor, it is not the duty of the county surveyor to defend this matter. Rather, it is his duty to contact the principal party, Manly Surveyor of Record, and Caltrans to resolve the conflict and measurements upon the which the issue is based. as apparently required by survey law when such conflicts of measurement, degrees, and distance, etc. are countered. His biased conflicting interests in defending the matter are based upon assumption and speculation and assertion of factual inaccuracy, which should be explained by the principal parties involved. Okay. The legal description of Parcel 1 of the Certificate of Compliance was concocted in 2003 by whom? Unknown. There is no record of that legal description by deed or otherwise prior to 2003, let alone 1972, the date by which the MAPBAC's Certificate of Compliance grandfather clause recognizes standing to request such certification. There is no record of Caltrans with that legal description having been transferred to Manly. In short, it does not meet the legal criteria for a certificate of compliance. The zoning issue related to the 0.13-acre parcel actually transferred back to Manly. A record of that parcel does exist, is certainly recognizable for any proposed development permit. If the county can declare zoning for purpose of a development permit, the right to rebut that assertion incident to the development process is both timely and proper. The lead agency in county should then produce a bona fide zoning amendment to and for that distinct and separate parcel that through lot line adjustment embodies the western parcel of the Terra V development. A lot line adjustment, it does not provide for lawful zoning. The lead agency directs and would have you dismiss the above sub-conclusory findings of fact and law to be based upon evidence that a quasi-judicial determination demands. Your duty on my appeal is to acknowledge, address, and rule on them based upon evidence through findings that those sub-conclusory issues and matters relate. The assertions of the lead agency or by the county surveyor by and through the lead agency are specious. The MAPBAC Land Division is a discretionary process. It is not ministerial. It's a project subject to CEQA. The Certificate of Compliance process has been declared by the courts to be a land division within the meaning of the Act. Land returned by a state agency is not immune to the MAPBAC's parcel map process, requiring notification and public hearing. It is bound by the proviso unless it is demonstrated to be in the public interest. Clearly, that public interest is evidenced here today and demonstrated throughout ongoing process. A complaint made under the MAP Act can be made whenever. Nefarious and or negligence never coming to light until development is requested and the issues present themselves. The MAP Act does not prohibit any other remedy in law, equity, or summary judgment. CEQA guidelines under land use and planning Category D explicitly provides justification to present conflicts with policy and regulations enacted to mitigate or address environmental issues. The MAP Act is such a regulation. The MAP Act has been found by the courts to require strict enforcement. The Certificate of Compliance only certifies the ability to sell, finance, or lease the land free of penal consequence. It does not address development. At this point, this board has to realize the fact that in relation to the above issues, that the emperor wears no clothes, and that you as this board are not the embodiment of hear no evil, see no evil, and speak no evil. And your actions here today towards the sub-conclusory findings based upon facts, based upon evidence, not denigrate to that level. Could somebody please relate to me how much time I might have left?
You have 6 minutes and 15 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to read one other thing here. This is from a description of what the MAP Act is for. It's from a legal case, Gardner versus Sonoma. A local agency will approve a tentative and final map or a parcel map only after extensive review of the proposed subdivision and consideration of such matters as the property's suitability for development, the adequacy of road, sewer, drainage, and other services, the preservation of agricultural lands and sensitive natural resources, and dedication issues. By generally requiring local review and approval of all proposed subdivisions, the Act aims to control and design subdivisions for the benefit of adjacent landowners, prospective purchasers, and the public in general. Now, the county did a land division. They avoided every component of the MAP Act in so doing. And the courts have declared such steps they do not compart with CEQA. The issues related to the land division are the very issues today that we are stuck on. And the county and the developer wants to claim that their zoning is fine. Well, the western parcel of the Terra V development has never been lawfully zoned, period. And I'll end with that statement.
All right. Mr. Chapman, you've concluded your presentation?
Yeah, I'll call it at that.
All right. Are there any questions from the supervisors?
Yes, I'd like to have this addressed by staff as far as the legality of the zoning that the question was brought up, or by the county surveyor, just for clarification.
Sure, Supervisor Gray can take a first stab at it, and then if the surveyor wants to weigh in, if he's available,
okay.
I'll give him that chance. I have reviewed Mr. Chapman's concerns. I've discussed it with the surveyor. Sorry if I could just have a moment. In our review, I haven't found any illegal land divisions or other concerns that would really weigh into the CEQA analysis, and it's really a separate inquiry. I mean, this current parcel, the way it's set up, as Mr. Chapman noted, happened in 2003. I mean, it's been some 16 years, 17 years since this parcel has been in its current orientation. So I don't see any reason why that would preclude the board from certifying the EIR or approving the development permit.
Thank you.
We have our county surveyor on the line, Mr. Warren Smith. Warren, is there anything else you'd like to add to answer Supervisor Gray's question?
Well, Cody did a good job of stating it. To the extent that there's any remedy for an asserted violation of the MAP Act, I'm guessing that would be another venue.
Okay, so.
All right. Thank you. Are there any other questions from board members? Supervisor Kirk, do you have any questions?
Regarding the last caller or just in general? Because I think I'm going to wait till the end for
no, just on
questions.
the last presentation.
Yeah, no, I'm good for now. Thank you.
All right. I think at this time we will take a 10-minute break. And so it's 2:56. We'll be back at 3:06. Thank you. Convene the meeting. Ms. Ryan, before I open the public hearing, would you please remind the public on the public comment process.
In order to protect public health and the safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this Board of Supervisors meeting will be physically closed to the public. During the board meeting, citizens who wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Public comment will be open and closed individually for this item. If you wish to comment on a specific item, please call in when I've read the item, which was done earlier. The chair will ask if there are any comments from the public, and at that time, your call will be taken in the orders received. The public comment time limit on each item is set for 3 minutes per speaker. The time limit does not apply to staff. And would our public comment coordinator, Ms. Williams, come up and review the additional procedures?
Public comment will be accepted at 209-533-6581. All calls received will be placed on hold until the chair opens the public comment period, at which time the callers will have an opportunity to speak with the board in the order their call was received. When it is your time to comment, you will be notified prior to transfer to the live board meeting. If for some reason you are disconnected, please call back. This number should not be called to merely listen to the meeting. However, if you are placed on hold, you will hear the board meeting in the background. There will not be a way to determine the duration of the waiting period, as applicants, appellants, and board members will be speaking prior to public comment. We encourage callers to wait until the chair opens public comment prior to calling in. Thank you.
Thank you. And before I open the public hearing, I would like to remind all of those that may be calling in to speak that there will be a 3-minute timeline, a 3-minute time period to speak, and we will have to hold you to that time in order to have fairness for everyone that is calling in. So with that, at this time I will open the public hearing. The public may comment on any of the 3 appeals. Go ahead. Go ahead, you're on with the board.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Rich, and I'm a Tuolumne County resident, and I will be addressing why I and many other Tuolumne County residents and local organizations oppose this project. This property has no public water, and with limited well testing, there is no evidence in the EIR that the wells on site will be reliable during dry years or during multiple years of drought. Wells in Tuolumne County are primarily described by geologists as being in fractured bedrock and not in aquifers. Inconsistent water supply in fractured rock systems is affected by a variety of factors that are beyond the control of the applicant. The minimally tested wells on this site cannot assure an adequate, sustainable water supply, especially in dry years. During the last drought, many wells failed throughout the county, forcing the county to work with the state to provide an emergency water supply. This property has no public sewer service either. The estimated 500 guests and staff members on site each day will be producing a significant amount of septic effluent. Commercial recreation and special commercial zones were never intended to allow massive development projects that typically require a connection to public water and public sewer. This project will create significant negative cumulative impacts, especially when considered in combination with the reconstruction of Berkeley Tuolumne Camp and the Under Canvas project. Together, these 3 total projects will bring an additional 1,000 or more people a day to the remote rural area that already lacks adequate county services. Despite unsupported claims in the EIR, the county and the project applicant cannot assure that the water supply needs and wastewater treatment requirements can be safely met for the site. For those of us who spent so many hours carefully reviewing the defective and inadequate EIR, it is incredibly frustrating for the board to hold a public hearing, but then not listen to the public's concerns. If you approve this project, you will not meet your responsibility of representing your community. Instead, you will be inserting your personal preferences rather than responding to public testimony at this hearing. I ask you to deny this project and reject the EIR as inadequate, especially due to the cumulative impacts of this and all other proposed and approved projects on the 120 corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you reset that? Who's resetting the clock? Go ahead, you're on with the board. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Julia Stevens, and I'm just gonna try to figure out how to create, if you have feedback, I apologize. I represent the Tuolumne River Trust. I have several comments on this project. First, the review time for the revised DEIR was unacceptable. It was released on a Friday night, right before Thanksgiving, with only 4 business days for review. The Planning Commission did not have time to review it adequately. Then the appeal was rushed onto the Board of Supervisors agenda to ensure that it received a vote under the existing board, rather than the newly elected board. This is poor governance that the county should not practice. This is all the more troubling considering the SEIR is thousands of pages. The county has not provided enough time for the public, nor the Planning Commission, to sufficiently review, analyze, and understand the document. Based on this, we urge you to schedule the time for considering this EIR and give more time for public review. TRT has concerns about the water usage. This is a major development that will bring as many as 500 guests per day, or 196,000 guests per year. The water use of this project is substantial and will be, by our director's calculations, up to 32,000 gallons per day peak usage, about twice the forecasted demand published in the EIR. Also, while 2020 was indeed a dry year, the EIR didn't consider what might happen during multiple dry and critical dry years, such as what happened between 2012 and 2016, when many wells throughout the county were going dry. Bottom line, this project will potentially significantly impact the local groundwater supply, as well as important habitat provided by springs and local hydrologic features. The county needs to take a closer look at this and consider the impacts, because once this project is built, if down the road you're drying up neighbors' wells, you can't go back. A second very significant concern relates to recreation and impact on the local recreational sites and natural features. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of guests each year that this development will attract is a huge number of people. While many of these people will come to visit Yosemite, many will also choose to hike, bike, fish, and boat on local streams. We expect to see a huge impact on the nearby South and Middle Forks of the Tuolumne River. At a minimum, the developer should pay an annual fee to the Stanislaus Forest and to the county to help pay for maintenance of local recreation facilities and natural areas impacted by this influx of visitors. A third concern is with the increased wildfire risk that this project creates. This county has an unfortunate history of leapfrog developments that extend into upslope areas immediately adjacent to thousands of acres of national forest land. We've experienced the rim fire, and fortunately that fire did not burn major populated areas. But we're seeing a ticking time bomb that, unless we're able to achieve significant treatments in the coming years, we're going to see towns and residential areas burned. And projects like this add significant risk to wildfire ignitions. There were several other concerns listed in TRT.
Julia, I'm sorry, the 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Hello, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Lauren Nickel. I would like to address a few items. At the previous Planning Commission appeal for under canvas, the County Council stated that all required county procedures were being followed within the minimums mandated. And I'd like to ask you, supervisors, are you satisfied with doing the minimum in serving your county? There are numerous valid issues submitted by concerned citizens that have not been adequately addressed. At that last meeting, I believe John Gray stated something to the effect that it is not his nature to kick the can down the road. And yet making this decision now, with the bare minimum requirements being fulfilled, insufficient time to review, knowing you will not all be there to follow through on the myriad of issues still not sufficiently resolved, sounds exactly like kicking the can down the road. According to state standards, the Board of Supervisors are held responsible and accountable to the citizens. When you were elected and accepted your position as a county supervisor, you swore an oath to the citizens. The following is taken from your own website. Mission, vision, and values statement reads in part, vision, Tuolumne County is a place where all citizens enjoy opportunities to thrive in a safe, healthy, and productive community. Mission, create a healthy and safe community, enhance quality of life. Values, integrity. We, meaning the county, hold ourselves to the highest level of honesty, transparency, and ethical conduct in all relations and dealings. Creativity. In responding to the current and future needs of the community, we encourage innovative and creative approaches to problem solving. And lastly, stewardship. We, the county, are committed to responsible resource management and the preservation of Tuolumne County cultures and heritage. Nowhere in your mission statement does it state that out-of-county developers should be favored over the concerns and needs of the citizens. There are still so many serious issues that have not been fully addressed. And how could they be when only given the bare minimum of time to consider and work out these issues? If projects such as Terra V were cut and dried, as the Planning Commission apparently thought when they rubber stamped it,
Laura,
then you might...
I appreciate your comments, but your time is up, and
Really?
so we will have
All
to...
right, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Clayton Alexander. I've lived in Tuolumne County my whole life. I am in favor of the Terra V Hotel, and because of the reasons that this community needs to grow. It seems that many of the concerns with this project are unfounded after the evidence brought forth, and the people opposed to the project are not in the interest of young adults trying to find work. I myself am a union construction worker, so I've had to work out of the area and commute to the Bay Area daily to find work. So many of my friends are having to move out of the area because many opportunities are drying up and they can't find work. Projects like this will provide jobs and encourage more businesses and opportunities to look at our county. One day, maybe young people won't need to move away anymore and have a good life. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
It is our belief that the approval of the draft EIR for Terra B should be postponed. The information provided in the DEIR is incomplete. Proposed sewage system should there be contamination below the sewage system, it will flow downhill into the long-functioning private wells of the natural spring just below the Terra B site, which will then flow directly to the main fork of the Tuolumne River. 2, information that has been provided to us by an outside expert tells us the well tests done are inadequate to prove that there will be sufficient water to supply this development while not affecting the water supply of the nearby surrounding property owners for their wells. Supply of water cannot be proven when adequate well tests were not performed for a sufficient duration of time. It is not proven that the quality of the water will not be affected when a massive amount of water will be taken from the ground below. The Terra B development will require many thousands of gallons of water on a daily basis, and long-term tests is important to prove adequate supply. 3, traffic patterns in the Hardin Flat Sawmill area will be difficult to handle. During the summer months, the traffic slowdown on Highway 120 just past Sawmill Mountain, turning right onto Hardin Flat, can sometimes create a very dangerous situation. The type of traffic of RVs, trailers, and fifth-wheelers navigating an unfamiliar territory in a tight space is a potential disaster. If one is slowing down and turning right onto Hardin Flat while another is leaving Hardin Flat, traffic jams already happen periodically and clog Highway 120 momentarily. With over 2,612 cars going into Yosemite on the Big Oak Flat side each day, many more vehicles will be passing this location for such traffic to be safe. You will have vehicles slowing down on a downward incline and trying to turn right onto Hardin Flat. And you will have other cars attempting to navigate around them in order to go to Yosemite or turn left across the road into Terra B. This is too many cars in a very dangerous area. This is just not right for the general public. Final point, fire and protection. The above-mentioned points speak to some of the concerns about traffic, assuming there is no wildfire emergency. It is not possible at this location an emergency to evacuate
Appreciate the
numbers of
comments,
vehicles.
ma'am. We do appreciate your comments. Thank you for calling in, but we do unfortunately have to hold to the timeline, the 3-minute response time. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Matthew Datar, and my family has a generational cabin in the Sawmill Mountain area. I am writing to strongly oppose the approval of this EIR and for a number of reasons, some of which have already been stated, so I'll try and be brief. Frankly, I think that the board should be somewhat frustrated with the EIR themselves. The EIR is a document meant to help the board make a decision about what to do with this development, and its incompleteness on a number of issues, especially the major fire and safety issues, should be frustrating to the board. There has been a lack of sufficient discussion with local fire resources about how evacuation is going to work, and the brief comments that the fire resources folks have made to the board and planning meetings have suggested that there is insufficient resources to evacuate the site. This is my most significant concern, but I believe that many other people have already spoken to it this evening. Additionally, I believe that the EIR should be recirculated. The draft EIR envisioned a septic system. The final EIR envisions a wastewater treatment plant with a separate building. From what I have understood tonight, that wastewater treatment location is the site of the helipad, or one of the proposed sites of the helipad. It is therefore kind of surprising that this EIR was deemed complete and not necessary to be recirculated to the public. Finally, I have made numerous comments to the county since 2018 about my observations of bobcats in the area, and in no point in the EIR has any assessment of this threatened or endangered species in California been mentioned. There's been no assessment of the impact on bobcats in the area, and I'm just frankly surprised, and I think the board should be frustrated about how incomplete this EIR is. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Susan Hayes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
I'm here to speak for my father, Barry Cathy. I'm here. Present. Okay. Basically, I just want to bring up some highlights from my father's letter dated to the Board of Supervisors back on July 20th, which really do mirror a lot of Mary Beth's earlier statements. My father purchased his property off Sawmill Mountain Road in 1974. He has 6 acres there. Unfortunately, the rim fire has wiped out most of the property, but thankfully not the structures. The impact of the Tennessee proposed lodge that would have on the locals, many of which are our friends, would be detrimental. The small family owner-operator hotels would lose precious revenue, which even on a small scale would impact them significantly and possibly put them out of business. These folks have family, children that depend on this revenue to survive. Winter months are hard enough here for these folks. However, Hansi hotels would cripple them and devastate their livelihood. Most importantly, also, is building the lodge would bring destructive big machinery, operators, pollution, impacting land and wildlife. The sewage and water infrastructure would affect us all on Sawmill Mountain Road, potentially compromise the well water supplies with surface water from the reservoir, lakes, and rivers as well. The staff to support the hotel operations will also increase traffic, which means an increase in pollution, not only from vehicles, but from people. Guests also cause traffic and pollution. Increased population also equals potential crime. Curious visitors will innocently trespass, which will not be warmly received by the residents, onto private lands that will cause the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Department, Highway Patrol, an influx of activity for which they are not equipped to handle. Increased population causes damage to the environment and directly impacts the wildlife, as the gentleman earlier mentioned. We will not be able to enjoy the peace and ability to see the wildlife as a result of the increase of humans that will push the wildlife out. Hansi Hotels plans to bring prefabricated buildings. This, in our view, sets the precedent that they are not thinking of the impact to the locals, but instead cutting costs to drive revenue. We understand this concept. My father is now a retired business owner, so he understands this well. However, this is a small local community of folks in the middle of God's country.
Thank you very much. We do appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Ben Gardella. I'm a member of the Save Sawmill Mountain organization. But this is not about what I want. This is effectively, you're putting a strip mall in a neighborhood, and we have something to say about it. Let's talk about the mitigation measures that have been floated as part of the process of the EIR. The helipad that was not actually asked for by the county has been moved like a chess piece to appease and show that you're listening to us. And that's really interesting, not really something anybody really wants. Let's talk about the possibility of accidents in EMS use and only for emergency purposes. With that many number of visitors that come in through here a year, how How many heart attacks? How many rattlesnake bites? How many possibilities are open now to a helicopter having to come and rescue people that are very far away from medical attention? That seems to be a concern. One other thing, the more expensive and somewhat safer wastewater treatment system that they've now generously added, I mean, I can thank you for that, but it also lets me know that possibly that original leach field that you had above us was indefensible. That makes me wonder what else in the EIR is actually indefensible. The process is working because we're finding these things out and we're getting some mitigations, which is interesting, but we're not done. The EIR in of itself says that it could increase fire risk, this particular project, OV. Could being doing a lot of work here. According to the CAL FIRE site, as of today, the 2020 fire season increased 75 days this year, 2.5 months. What's going to happen in 5 years? What's going to happen in 10 years? The fire season is going to be all year round, and you're going to be building with more humanity in there, and so you're just adding to the problem. Unless you go to the EIR's logic is that when you put more people in the forest becomes safer. I'm still waiting for an expert to really explain that one to me. Let's talk about Gentleman Bissell's staffing about being restocked, kind of the Uber of hotels. So let me get this straight. You have a high-end price tag hotel with cut-rate multitasking staff. So you're going to have people that are going to work the front desk. You're going to have people working in the shop. You're going to be cleaning the pool. It kind of sounds too good to be true, and if there's one thing I've learned over the years, it probably is. Thank you very much for your time. I'm urging you to delay or turn down the CIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kevin Rice. Thank you to the board and staff for allowing me to provide my comments. Appreciate it. So in my previous life, before retiring to Tuolumne County, I live in Ponderosa Hills, I taught environmental science and management at UC Davis for about 28 years. And during that time, I tried to inspire the students with the idea that you should always try to use the best or good science when you're trying to make these very difficult decisions about proper land management, which is like what's happening right now with this EIR and this development. Unfortunately, I think the best science was not used in the Terra V EIR. In fact, there's a lot of very bad, poor science, and even at times a deceptive use of science, which really sort of bugs me because it's sort of my passion anyway. So just a couple of examples relating to the hydrological aspects of this. The consultants from Geoscience have argued that there's just plenty of water for the project. Now, Hydrology 101 says that in order to really determine the capacity and the sustainability of an aquifer and its pumping capacity, you really need to do good science. You need to test the pumping capacity over multiple wet and dry years. Bad science, which was what was done here, is to test just once, and actually after a very wet year. So in order to try to and actually this is sort of deceptive science, they try to make it sound like this was not a really wet year by arguing that it was only 23% increase in precipitation. But they completely ignore that year the snowpack was double normal. Now, I know the consultants, the folks at Geoscience, they're smart people and they know better than this. Another example of what I would call sort of deceptive science is to try to spin results that are not real great to make them seem that they're not so bad and they support your view. And this was done when they went in after the single dry year in 2020. They went in there and tested the wells, the water level, and they argued that it only dropped 5 feet in the wells, and that's supposed to be good news. But please remember, this means the entire water table dropped 5 feet after a single dry year. This is bad news. USGS have monitoring wells where they didn't get that kind of a drop until after 5 years of extreme drought. So anyway, this large drop in the water table means it's really unstable and a limited aquifer, and so folks should be very concerned about their wells going dry. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Fisher, and I would like to voice my objection to the hotel project. My family have used Airbnb and VRBO to rent several of the homes on Sawmill Mountain Road. We visit there to enjoy the absolutely amazing scenery and serene atmosphere. Over the years, my family and friends have made memories that nobody can put a price on, and that seems to be what this hotel project is all about. My family wanted to hold a reunion, and we were fortunate enough to be able to do that there. Finding such a wonderful place to accommodate 19 people is no easy task, and they made it easy. Dan Courtney and the Pfeiffers have worked for years to build up their businesses, and now this hotel will undoubtedly chase all their guests away. In my opinion, it is wrong to destroy all this just because these hotel people take more profit and say they are improving this area or developing it. The fact of the matter is this area needs no improvement or development from these people who see this land as a source of income rather than a place to keep simple family traditions alive and memories made. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Natalia Abramovich. I'm relaying those comments on behalf of the Jacqueline Courtney Trust, owner of the adjacent cabin at 11-50 Sawmill Mountain Road. The information in the EIR relating to the history of fires in this region is woefully inadequate. There were 2 separate wildfires this past summer on Sawmill Mountain. One was the Will Fire on August 1st, 2020. The second was the Mountain Fire, on August 7th, 2020. The Mountain Fire originated directly on Sawmill Mountain Road, less than half a mile from the site proposed for Tel Aviv. Due to an immediate and substantial sparking and response, it was held to 3.15 acres. This response consisted of over a half dozen helicopters, 1 spotter, 3 air tankers, and over 30 engines from the USFS and CAL FIRE. Fortunately, all this equipment was available and there were no other incidents ongoing in the region at that time. The prior weekend, Sawmill Mountain was not as fortunate as the USFS engines at Smith Station were busy fighting another fire, as were 2 of the 3 engines in Groveland. The response had to come from the Coulterville and required 45 minutes to arrive on scene. Fortunately, the Will Fire of man-made origin was in an area which had recently been logged in, and the fire did not spread. On the other hand, the Mountain Fire, also man-made, was ignited in a dense drainage alongside IS-103, Sawmill Mountain Road, and spread very quickly due to winds. You can still see the red fire retardant directly above Jerry Cathay's home. If the fire prevention assets had been occupied elsewhere, for example, during the mock fire, it is likely it would have burned all the homes on Sawmill Mountain, the Manley property proposed for Tel Aviv and Yosemite under canvas, the gas station at Yosemite Lakes, and it is quite possible this fire could have spread into Yosemite National Park. Sawmill Mountain Road is not a county-maintained road. It is a 1-lane forest road, IS-103, and is a cul-de-sac. In the event of another fire on Sawmill Mountain, fire engines and other responders would have a very difficult and dangerous task trying to drive up north this 1-lane cul-de-sac, while guests and employees of Tel Aviv and the homeowners on Sawmill Mountain properties would be trying to drive down south to evacuate. Worse, the existing community would be lost in line.
Natalia. We have to hold it to the 3-minute timeline. Thank you for your comments.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Bob Esquith. I live in Groveland. My thanks to the board for the hearing and the time. I'm really disappointed that some of the people that have spoken today on behalf of the project seem to think that saying so makes something true. When I look at the EIR, the draft EIR, and the final EIR, I find them just inadequate. And I'm going to address a couple of things that relative to transportation. I looked at the county website, and I could not find Sawmill Mountain Road. I don't believe it's an existing road. It is U.S. Forest Service 1S03, and as such needs a NEPA study to widen it beyond its current status of level 3, which is a single lane. Additionally, when Terra V looks at the sight lines of Highway 120 for eastbound traffic to make a turn onto 1S03, the sight line is very poor. Their mitigation process talks about bulldozing the cut along the north side of 120. That would make the place look absolutely terrible. I don't think that's an adequate measure. If you look at the highway from 1S03 to Hardin Flat Road and look at what was required by Caltrans for Rush Creek Lodge, I'm guessing that it's going to be about 5 lanes wide, because at Rush Creek Lodge it's 4, and that's only one project on one side of the highway. The vehicle studies are inadequate because they did not address peak times. The peak time for people going into Yosemite results in backup of 3 or 4 miles. The YART study was inadequate, and I wish that somebody would address the idea of people crossing Highway 120 between Under Canvas and Terra V. Under Canvas does not have the facilities of Terra V, so people will be crossing the highway, and it'll be unsafe. So finally, even if there was room for, or 2 years ago, there was not room in the Groveland area to house even 10 people, according to the county's figures for available housing. And that was before a lot of the people from Silicon Valley came up here and bought homes, which happened in the last few months. Finally, I just want to say that the TOT that the county is hoping for is not going to happen. It's going to be just transferred from Sonora area hotels up here to 120, and they're both in the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Patrick Pfeiffer. I'm a homeowner on Sawmill Mountain Road. My family is owned.
Patrick, we've lost you. Patrick, are you there? So, Patrick, if you are listening, I would ask that you dial back in. Unfortunately, we lost you and did not hear your comments. In the meantime, can we go to the next caller, please? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Bill Flannery. I have a generation cabin, part of SAFE, Sawmill Mountain. To come at this from a little bit of a different angle, I've heard all the geological surveys of the water and waste. I actually run a large mechanical plumbing in San Francisco, and they can talk about the reclaimed water that they're doing, but they're still not doing everything they could do. Why isn't the water being used for gray water, flushing water closets? And where is the wastewater going? Where is the black water going? Okay. So it's not actually the great system they claim that it is. There's a lot of them in use in San Francisco, and a lot of them have failed. So what's their maintenance to keep that reclaimed water system up? Actually requires
24-hour for a black water system, 24-hour monitoring to assure that it can be 100% reused, which this property is not doing. So it's not a completely green property, as they're saying. Also, the hotel with the limited staff, you know, and the multitasking. That's easy in Disneyland because you can go out to Disneyland and do some things, but these people are going to be stuck on a mountain. So trespassing is going to happen. There's going to be things that are going to happen, and I need the board to listen. I think we all want you to listen. People are going to get hurt. There's going to be traffic accidents. There's going to be a fire, and there's going to be trespassing, which is you guys haven't even addressed. You're just trusting that people are good and won't walk around. So I just beg that you guys don't continue this or really do a real EIR. And we all know that water is the new gold, and it is disappearing. So the survey that they did, I agree with the Davis teacher. Obviously, he can speak way more to it than me, but you know, if you're going to really do a water system, what are you doing with your rainwater? Is your rainwater being reclaimed? Is that what's filling up your tanks, or are you going to use our groundwater to fill up your, you know, multi-thousand-gallon storage tanks? What are you doing with the rainwater? I haven't heard anything on that. Okay, there's a lot that this doesn't address, and it could to truly be a green building, but other than that, it's just a dangerous property, and I beg you to reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Patrick Pfeiffer. I'm a homeowner on Sawmill Mountain Road, as well as my family has been property owners on Hardin Flat Road since the early 50s. I appreciate you allowing me to speak today. I'm opposed to the Terravee project, specifically with regard to the manner in which it is being rushed through. I believe rushing this project through the way it's been gone is disrespectful to local residents and citizens of Tuolumne County. Additional review should be granted prior to approval of this project. Water issues have not been reviewed adequately and should be looked at a little bit closer. Our wells can be very delicate and subject to water deficiencies, and a lodge of this size will make a delicate situation worse. Please take a closer look at that and the impact that Terravee Lodge would have on it. Another concern is the traffic. Coming on and off Highway 120, if you've ever come on and off Highway 120, it's very blind to the north, and I know they propose cutting the bank back along Highway 120 to increase visibility, but I believe in the report from on the EIR, it still states that it falls a little bit short. So I think this also should be looked at a little closer. And the big one is fire risk. The increased forest fire and the lack of escape route. It's been pointed out earlier. Sawmill Mountain Road is not an alternative escape route. There's many turns, and like I said, I've been up here for over 30 years and know the route very well, and it's easy to get lost up there. It would not be a good situation to be looking at that as a alternate route in the event 120 was closed. I just believe it is the county's and the Board of Supervisors' responsibility to look beyond the monetary upside and consider this project with due diligence so that we do not end up with another scar like we have along by Big Oak Flat. Please reject this proposal development until due diligence has been completed and all potential impacts have been considered. So at this point, please send this project back to the staff for further review to allow adequate evaluation. And thank you again for your time allowed to speak today, and good afternoon.
Thank you, and thank you for calling back.
You're welcome.
Go ahead, you're on with the board.
My name is Tristan Salietta. I live in Sonora. Let's see, I worked for the Forest Service over in Groveland, and I was a real estate agent all over the whole county. I'm disconcerted by the fact that this was advanced to the board with advocacy, and I think that's a problem that needs to be addressed, and I would address my comment to the incoming supervisors and Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Campbell, because these are issues that need to be addressed. This should not have been advocated. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jenny Pfeiffer. This permit and ERI clarification should not happen. It should be postponed. This is too big of a decision to rush. The water situation is alarming. The fact that you are willing to sacrifice the community's water for this hotel is very sad and disappointing. The developer said they voluntarily made the hotel smaller, which they thought would win people over. Reducing the population, which would not require the lobby to be any smaller, is not enough. It is laughable that they thought this amount of reduction would make the community happy. They would need to reduce at least by 50%. The members mentioned how Rush Creek did not get this much pushback. That is because they know the area and know which business model would work here. They are locals from the community, and the community is happy to support each other. We are also protecting a community-owned business. We do not want this project to put Rush Creek or Evergreen out of business. Another reason this project is getting so much more pushback is because it is unlike Rush Creek. It is directly next to a residential community who will be directly and negatively impacted. I still do not believe the developers when they say that the helipad will not be used for anything but emergencies. Can we have any assertions that this will not be used for guest use? If they do they get fined? What are the consequences if they do? The developers say conservation is in their DNA. I am alarmed that they will only be using single-serve plates and utensils. Will these be compostable? If so, which products will they use? Some are more compostable than others. The thought of 400 plus guests and employees using disposable utensils for 3 meals a day all year is horrifying, and any conservationist should feel the same. They will produce a mountain of garbage in a year's time. If they switch to plastic utensils at some future date, is there a penalty? I would also like to second what Mary Beth Campbell said in regard to evacuation. Sorry. I also want to say that the entrance should be off of Highway 120 and not Sawmill Mountain Road. If the worst case scenario happens with regard to wildfires, then the county will be directly responsible. 46 million acres burned in California this year. It has been well reported that land use change and more people living in or near the forest contributed to these fires. And that is exactly what this development is. I hope you all consider these points as well as extreme fire danger this resort will create and vote to conserve the land and not to exploit it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hello.
This is Jennifer. Hello?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's okay. This is Jennifer Flores, the Administrative Services Manager for the Groveland Community Services District, speaking on behalf of General Manager Pete Campa, who cannot attend today's meeting. As Mr. Campa previously conveyed at the Planning Commission meeting when the approval of this item was being considered, the GCSD Fire Department has been the primary station responsible for providing all hazard emergency response services to the area, in which this proposed project will reside. This area that the district has historically responded to falls within the county's responsibility area, and GCSD has responded to this area, which is not only outside of its boundaries, but the boundaries provided in the Mutual Automatic Aid Agreement, simply because it is the nearest station. Over the last couple of years, the district has been in the process of extensively evaluating its emergency fire protection services, which included a recently completed fire master plan study. What all this has revealed is that GCSD does not have adequate fire staff or equipment resources to effectively respond to emergencies within its own boundaries, let alone the increased number of calls that would result from the development of this project. The district has made the county well aware of this concern and deficiency in available resources in this area, and feels that great strides have been made in collaboratively working towards a solution to address the lack of sufficient resources in this section of the county. We greatly appreciate the county recognizing this deficiency and our concerns, and look forward to continuing to work together to memorialize an agreement to take to our respective boards for approval that will address this deficiency in available resources. GCSD and its Groveland Fire Department take fire and emergency response services very seriously and are doing everything within our power to plan logistically, financially, and responsibly to provide the level of services necessary to protect the lives and property of the residents of and visitors to our region and county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jennifer. Go ahead.
Yes, hello. This is Janice Kwiatkowski. I'm a constituent from the Groveland area. I have a question also regarding the people phoning in against this project from the 108 corridor. Why would businesses in that area be concerned with new projects opening along the 120 corridor? And I think the answer is because they don't want their businesses to be reduced when visitors come and stay over on this end of the county. I'm curious, I mean, there's only so many people that are going to come to Yosemite throughout the year, and whether they stay on 108 or 120, it's not going to multiply greatly. If there's going to stay either or. Which end of the county is going to be a guess, but it shouldn't be, because this end of the county is not ready for the population and the growth and the emergency services that are going to be needed if this project is allowed along the 120 corridor, where the 108 is set up and has been doing it for years. So that's the point I wanted to make, and thanks for letting me talk this afternoon.
Thank you for the call.
Have a good day.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Bye-bye.
Go ahead.
I'm Lee Zimmerman, one of the owners of Evergreen and Rush Creek Lodge. The Terra V final EIR changed significantly from the draft and required a public review period and further refinement. Among the changes are a new relocated waste treatment system, an 80-page noise analysis, and minimum 1,500 gallon per minute 4-hour fire flow requirement. That means Terra V needs 75 gallons per minute flow from its wells to achieve the required 96-hour fire water recharge to refill its tanks. Yet they only have 53 gallons per minute, and gray water isn't usable half the year. So they need 20 gallons per minute additional proven water flow before the EIR can be approved. The EIR is based on a developer-proposed limited service model to minimize projected staffing, water use, and waste treatment. the development can't be approved based on the leanest conceivable operation without anything that stops them from shifting after approval to a more logical full-service model with dramatically increased water, waste treatment, and staff demands and impacts. The EIR needs to be modified to appropriately design for full-service food operations and associated demands. Or conditions must be added that hold the developers to the model they present and upon which the EIR and project requirements are based, including only using disposable serviceware, having no restaurant service staff or bussers, not opening their restaurant or bar to the public, and not significantly exceeding their stated of 40. Our lodges will be less safe directly due to these developments, as the same Groveland firefighting resources will now have to cover twice as many hospitality properties. A fire that escapes Terra V will head downwind straight to our lodges, blocking Highway 120, the only direct access to us that county firefighters have. The EIR actually concludes that the development will make fire response worse. Quote, mitigation measure PS2 acknowledges that the project would create a significant cumulative impact to fire protection services, but says it's not fair to blame Terra V for poor county infrastructure. The county supervisors cannot approve a development with stated significant fire protection impact, which clearly imperils us and our community. The county must formally commit before approving Terra V to put in place additional firefighting resources to defend us at the level they have in the past by building a fire station in our area or otherwise doubling firefighting capacity. If not, it acts in direct contradiction to the requirements of CEQA. While intentions today may be good, in a county with limited resources, once the developments are approved, there will be no assurance that additional firefighting resources will be put in place. We've provided millions in tax dollars from our lodges this past 20 years, and there has been no investment in improving firefighting infrastructure in our area. The development can't be approved. It can't be approved until the county firmly commits to build fire infrastructure to support, my last sentence, to support fire protection, which is the greatest risk of all. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is Nancy Constantino. Good afternoon. The public hearing today is premature because the FEIR is incomplete and not ready for certification. The Board of Supervisors packet appears to negate the appeals and sidesteps requisite studies. However, the impacts of the missing studies affect critical decisions such as ingress, egress, emergency evacuation routes, and project alternatives. Caltrans, for instance, is requiring at least 7 separate NEPA clearances regarding encroachment, right-of-way impacts, traffic, safety, site distances, construction impacts, pedestrian safety, and CFIP. The Water Quality Control Board cites Clean Water Act evaluations due to groundwater issues, pollution to springs, streams, private wells, and the Tuolumne River. A new wastewater treatment system has been substituted, yet new concerns associated with this change haven't been addressed, nor environmental impacts to neighboring properties studied. The DEIR responses regarding Forest Route 1SO3 are inaccurate and misconstrue the purpose of the forest system lands. Federal regulations prohibit the Forestry Service from authorizing the route for commercial use. A NEPA study will conclude that an alternative project layout be prepared for the hotel because Terra V design has incorrectly assumed the forest route as dedicated access. It is premature to approve a design that will change dramatically in scope and cannot move forward as it is proposed. The Public Resource Code says it is the policy of the state that public agencies should not approve projects as proposed if there are feasible alternatives available. The environmentally superior alternative that is expected to generate the least amount of impacts is the no project alternative. CEQA guidelines say that if the superior alternative is the no project alternative, then the EIR must also identify another alternative, but the FEIR has not provided one. The EIR then claims that the runner-up option is the reduced footprint alternative. However, the reduced footprint plan is reliant upon dedicated use of Forest Route 1SO3, which is not viable. Per CEQA, the EIR must evaluate an alternate with dedicated ingress and egress solely from 120, and this has not been submitted yet. In actuality, no viable option has been offered other than the no project alternative. Certification of the FEIR is not even a valid consideration at this point, based on the lack of required reports and missing information. I urge you to deny certification until requisite studies and alternative designs have been completed. All decisions will impact our community for many, many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Louis Rivara, and I'm on Hardin Flat Road. And I believe Terra V is ill-conceived and places lives at risk. This is a forested area. I don't think it should be used as their first venture, this developers, into a new business model. The congestion by Terra V combined with other developments in the area will be significant. And I was looking up a few numbers. Big Oak Flat 120 is the busiest entrance station into Yosemite right now. According to the National Park, in July of 2019, 2,627 cars a day were going in through that entrance. Then I was looking at a document that was submitted to the county that talks about the number of new external trips in and out of Terra V that will be created by the project once it's completed. And the indication is there will be 1,725 trips per day, external trips in and out of the development, according to documents that were submitted to the county. I think this is a huge increase in traffic ingress and egress off the highway at an intersection that is marginal onto a road that's marginal. And you've got under canvas across the street not even included in that number. With an event center, a market, a lodge at Terra V, people will likely be parking on the shoulder of Sawmill Mountain and Highway 120 at the busiest times. The two fires this year on Sawmill, if they break out in the middle of the night or unexpectedly, I think many more lives are being placed at risk. And when the county considers emergency calls or calls for service in the area, I really think the figures they have are understated. Most of us in this area know that it's pointless to place a lot of these calls. We've been turned down twice with services 45 miles away saying there was no one they could send. And if you know no one's going to be sent, there's no reason to call. At previous meetings, less than 10% of the people have spoken in favor of this development, over 90% against it. And I really don't know if you know how rare it is with that kind of opposition that a board can seem to us to be so entrenched in its decision to move this forward. I think you need to come up with a plan that serves better those that need it. There should be a panel created of representatives from the county as well as people throughout the county. And let's work on a solution that really does move the county forward and benefits the people in the areas where the benefit is needed. Give this time or postpone it or deny it, but don't pass it today. It's not the right thing. There's better things that can be done. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm Laura George, a generational Sawmill Mountain Road property owner. The Save Sawmill Mountain attorney has concluded that the proposed EIR fails to comply with the requirements of CEQA. I urge the county to reject this ill-conceived project. Following the public comment period at the commissioner hearing on December 1st, there were a few issues that need clarification tonight. One of the commissioners asked if the helipad was to be utilized for emergency use only, and the county staff answered that was the case. However, the EIR states the opposite, saying the helipad may be used by all members of the public and is not stipulated for emergency use only. This is a huge concern because it appears that the developer plans to use the helipad for VIP visits, other non-emergency purposes, stuff like that. This was touched upon tonight, but needs to be clarified further. Another important issue is that the project has proposed to move the helipad. The EIR essentially says design and location will be deferred until after the project is approved, yet the EIR must analyze noise and other impacts of the new location before the project can be approved. If the new location is later determined to be infeasible, the helipad's significant noise and wind impacts to neighboring residences would remain unmitigated. Furthermore, there is no reason to provide another helipad on site when the under canvas project is already equipped with one across the street. We do not need two helipads within walking distance of each other. As one commenter mentioned at the commission meeting, they do not need a helipad in the event of an emergency. The parking lot could always be used. Speaking of parking lots, in Terra V's case, even though the developer stated that the overall hotel footprint was reduced, the parking lot has remained the same size. The plans indicate that the reduction did not change the layout, but simply removed a few buildings here and there, with the obvious plan to repopulate these areas with future construction. Also, the commissioners asked about recent fires in the area, and only the rim fire was mentioned. We dealt with the Ferguson fire after that, and subsequently two more fires, the Wheel and the Mountain fires on Sawmill Mountain. That was just this year, as well as the Mock fire that required a 19-hour evacuation of Pine Mountain Lake alone. Surprisingly, when the commissioners asked about
Laura, we're having trouble hearing you.
None of these were mentioned, and someone had reported that there hadn't been a fire in years. This is not true, and the record must be corrected. Maybe the report did not include our area, not sure. We are in a very high fire hazard severity zone, and more fires will sweep through. For these and many other reasons, as other commenters have attested tonight, the project should not be approved. The EIR needs to be revised and recirculated. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, good. I'm Mary Holland owner. I'm an owner of a property on Sawmill Mountain Road. I used to work in Yosemite. I've been frequenting the area for over 20 years, and my family and I are very much opposed to the Terra V project. The EIR doesn't sufficiently address or mitigate so many issues, including, everyone's already talked about a lot of these things, but the significantly increased fire risk. The Groveland Emergency Services is not going to be able to handle the enormous increase in visitors. There's going to be problems with lack of water and or the quality of water due to the significant increase in consumption of water and the excretion of sewer and grey water, not to mention noise, light, wildlife, traffic, a lot of issues. So first, on the subject of fire, I think the EIR is really significantly understating the fire risk. It's saying that it's less than significant. I don't see how you can say that inviting 500 people into a, quote, very high fire hazard severity zone, according to CAL FIRE, but that's not going to have a big impact on the risk of fire. There's going to be careless smokers who won't always abide by the smoking area rules that I'm sure the hotel will try to impose. Someone might throw away a not entirely extinguished cigarette into a trash can. It just takes one small error like that to start a fire. The rim fire, which burned over my property and destroyed the land, was started by one man's campfire that he didn't entirely extinguish, and this could easily happen again. Secondly, on public services, the EIR, I think, is really failing to justify that Groveland GCSD is going to be able to handle the big increase in emergencies, especially if we're thinking about the Under Canvas project, Terra V, Berkeley Camp, Thousand Trails. We're looking at well over 1,000 people between visitors and staff. It's a huge increase of people and therefore a big increase on the emergency services. I think in the best case scenario right now, we've got maybe 25-minute response time from Groveland for fire or medical or police. But in reality, the ambulance might be busy delivering someone to Sonora, or the fire truck could be on some other fire. Think about a fire engulfing this area, and the Groveland fire truck drives up to our area and has to decide, do I drive to Sawmill Mountain Road and save these houses, or to Hardin Flat, or to Under Canvas, or to Terra V? It's just, you're putting them in an impossible position. which also leads me to traffic and road safety. That the EIR is not addressing the response time for accidents. Why you see in Terraview just over the rim of a hill for people driving into Yosemite from the west. Not to mention people are going to probably be walking across 120. A lot of people driving into the area are not familiar with these kinds of mountain windy roads. So I really think it's unrealistic that the EIR says that this is not significant. I think ideally the entrance to Terraview has to be on a different road. Many people have mentioned this as well, further along in the direction of Yosemite, where there's a straighter area with more visibility, as opposed to using Sawmill Mountain Road. Sawmill Mountain Road it's a 20-foot wide road, no lane markings, no shoulder. It's not designed for hundreds of people
Mary.
driving in and out every day.
Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Carolyn Hill, Sawmill Mountain Road homeowner. This final EIR for Terraview should not be certified at this meeting today, nor should the project be approved. First, wildfire response time. We've heard a bunch about it, but what I was struck by today was looking at the map that Mr. Bissell shared earlier in the meeting, showing fire responders, including hot shots in the close area. Man, it strikes me real interesting because if it's so safe and response time is so short, I wouldn't have my insurance canceled every year due to high fire risk and required distance to responders. On a side note, just the map that Mr. Bissell shows is cleared of vegetation because of the, let's just call it out, 2013 rim fire. So interesting, there's a fire. The EIR states that the poor response times and lack of services are, quote, an existing condition and not an effect caused by the project. In other words, the final EIR asserts that because the project is not the cause of the problem, it is therefore not responsible to acknowledge or do anything about the problem. Well, you know, that's just irresponsible. Just because the project isn't causing the initial problem doesn't mean it should be allowed to compound the problem. Second, as the speakers before have stated, the wastewater system has been re-engineered, changing from wastewater treatment and disposal system to an on-site wastewater treatment system. And again, it seems like a benevolent action. Since this is entirely a different approach and requires more on-site use and disposal of wastewater, there needs to be more evaluation. Again, this is new information and environmental impacts are not clearly known because it's not in the draft EIR. Jeff from Blackwater earlier in the meeting was describing the new wastewater treatment using words like relatively quiet and the goal of the process and tertiary use. Well, this language is theoretical and has not been examined within this specific site, nor has it been proven in the EIR. To use theoretical language on a project so close to residential area is to risk contaminating drinking water wells serving nearby residences. The EIR recognizes two significant impacts that appear to be unmitigable at the beginning of the meeting. One, the greenhouse emission, and two, the noise. Regardless of the unevaluated change in the helipad that's been spoken about, there are other issues around noise. When I heard that the board members disclosed earlier at the beginning of the meeting they had met with Mr. Bissell, it was no surprise because I was on site and I was able to hear their voices from my property. That's how sound travels in quiet rural areas. To think that noise of a hotel of 456 guests and 40 employees can ever be mitigated is an absurd thought. And this is true for the light, as Mary mentioned before as well. Lastly, the consideration, please consider some other feasible sites. At the earlier in the meeting, the SCAR was mentioned, but there's also I urge you to consider the 88-acre, that's hard to say, parcel west of Groveland that is for sale.
Thank you.
Please consider that as an alternative site instead of the
Thank
parcel
you, Carolyn.
on Sawmill
I appreciate
Mountain.
your comments.
Both of those alternatives.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi there. This is Brian, one of the owners of Rush Creek. I want to talk a little bit about staff housing. The developer's peak season staffing level of 40 is not grounded in reality and should have been challenged by the county and adjusted accordingly. Terraview projects the need for 40 staff for 126 guest rooms. Rush Creek has over 200 staff for 143 rooms, with 50 staff in housekeeping, 90 in food and beverage, 20 in maintenance, et cetera. The defense given for only needing 40 staff is that they'll use single-use packaging, have no servers, and that laundry will be done off-site. we know how to run remote resorts like this and how many employees it takes to operate a complex 24/7 business, serving 3 meals per day, managing complex infrastructure, handling emergencies, et cetera. The developer, when asked by the Planning Commission about staffing counts at their other hotels, implied they were comparable to the 40 presented in the EIR for Terra V. However, the developer neglected to clarify that the properties quoted are limited service city hotels that don't have staff-intensive restaurants, large retail stores, event services, extensive grounds and infrastructure, waste treatment plant, et cetera. Even as a limited service hotel, staffing will be 80 to 100 people, more than double their estimate. If the property shifts to a full-service resort over time, staffing will be 160, quadruple their estimate. Full-service resorts command higher room rates, and Terra V will feel pressure to improve guest offerings over time, and that'll take more staff. The low staff count led to a faulty EIR that didn't consider correctly the impact of development on water usage, trip generation, waste treatment, community impact, on-site staff housing needs, and more. So what happens if Terra V needs 80 or 160 staff instead of 40? They will struggle and will create havoc in local labor and housing markets. Qualified available staff in these numbers don't exist in the area. At Rush Creek, we only employ 30 true locals. The remaining 170 moved here to work with us as permanent or seasonal staff. And affordable available housing does not exist in the area. We house 250 of our 325 total staff at Rush and Evergreen in company-owned housing. Terra V needs to be realistic about staffing and or held accountable for their low estimates. The project can't be approved for staffing of 40 if they're going to hire 80 to 160 down the road. They need much more staff housing. The current plan is to house 22 staff on site. The resort should have on-site housing for at least 80 staff and should have a realistic plan to feed staff on site, as is the standard for remote
Thank
property.
you, Brian. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, this is Ruben Churnside, resident in Sonora. I just wanted to speak in favor of this project and approval of the EIR. Tourism has become one of the largest revenue industries in the county, and I believe that we should be supporting that and this investment. This is one of the last commercial sites that's available in the Groveland vicinity, and I think that a full-service hotel is an appropriate use of that site. It is well justified by the design documents and the research and the EIR. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Husby, and I am a local Tuolumne County resident. I strongly urge the board not to approve the Terra V Lodge project or its deficient EIR. Similar to the proposed project across the highway, the Terra V property was classified back in 2007 as being a very high fire hazard severity zone by CAL FIRE. That designation was made by the state prior to the 2013 rim fire, burning across the site with varying degrees of fire intensity. If a new wildfire threatens the site, the closest fully staffed fire engine crew is at Groveland, a 25-minute drive away if there is no traffic and if the GCSD crew is not already committed to another event or emergency call. The inability of the fire agency to arrive at the project site within the desired response time is a significant public safety risk. The situation is made worse by the fact that the agencies are also unable to effectively provide other essential emergency services to the area. The EIR shows that there will be significant impact from the project due to the lack of capacity by the county or other agencies for law enforcement response and emergency medical ambulance when emergencies occur. Law enforcement depends on the county sheriff, but the sheriff's department is located in Sonora, roughly an hour from the project site. Terra V cannot rely on assistance from the Groveland substation because that substation is not permanently staffed with a full-time sworn-in officer. That results in inadequate law enforcement services for the project site. The same is true for the extremely limited ambulance service that is already determined to be insufficient for demands when there's multiple overlapping calls. The Terravee project, in combination with the Yosemite Under Canvas project, the Berkeley Tuolumne Camp, and the Thousand Trails RV Resort Expansion project, will add a significant cumulative amount of new demands for the already overstretched public services I've listed. Thinking that TOT fees will significantly change public service response time is speculative and unrealistic. The purpose of a public hearing is not for the board to simply ignore the testimony from the public. You have a responsibility to represent participating citizens, and I ask you to please do so today. In closing, I ask you to reject the proposed Terravee Lodge project due to the insufficient mitigation for the site's high wildfire risk and due to all public safety issues posed by the lack of a timely, adequate public services to meet the increased cumulative services demands generated by this and related projects. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Hutchins. Rather than just repeat the same valid concerns and serious issues both of these projects present and just be ignored again, I want to address the process that's led to today's appeal. At the very first scoping meeting for Terravee, Ms. Yaley sat with project consultants in front of the room and gave numerous whispered asides to those consultants. None of these were shared with the public. This was and is unacceptable and inappropriate. From then until what will be today's rubber-stamped approval process, this has been a window into the sad governance that Tuolumne County residents live with. It seems Tuolumne County is a place that prides itself on meeting minimum standards. Numerous respondents requested more time to read a 3,000-page document and were denied by county staff because the minimum standards were met. Concerns about adequate water for this huge development were ignored because well testing met minimum standards. No traffic study was required because the threshold for the minimum standards didn't apply. Then there's the Manley family's attempt to hurry the approval process with a sham appeal. So is the board actually okay with this? And do members feel that this was an appropriate action by project advocates? I'm afraid the bizarre, I don't approve until I did approve comments from a Manley family's member's fiance about the lack of adequate water on the site didn't offer much clarification. This action, however ill-advised, was just plain stupid and was intended to hurry approval by project advocates. This clumsy attempt to manipulate both the appeals process and today's vote should be more than enough grounds for a continuation of this meeting until the new board is in place. If not, then the current board is complicit with this strange attempt to manipulate the timing of the appeals process. There are board members who clearly pride themselves on being pro-business, but so far, you've really been poor negotiators. Under Canvas and Terravee have sought county approval for their enterprises whose profits will be shipped right out of the county. So county residents can only hope for an unproven claim of an increase in TOT tax and some seasonal minimal wage housekeeping jobs? Really? It's still not too late to require project applicants to fund, equip, and staff a new South County fire station, or maybe a new fire truck and increased full-time staff at the Groveland District Fire Station. So far, we only have a vague statement from county staff that they're working on some kind of a cost-sharing formula that'll be ready at some point. During the Under Canvas appeal, a board member stated that 2 years should be enough time for the approval process.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your comments. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is George McKay, and I'd like to speak in favor of the Terravee project. I believe that it would be a great addition to our county, and would like to make several points while keeping this conversation professional and respectful. When I heard from an earlier call that some of these speakers who talk about their wonderful homesteader, legacy family cabins, and this project destroying their peace and quiet, actually rent them out via vacation rental sites, I didn't know whether or not to believe it, so I looked it up myself. Sure enough, there are 4 of the cabins listed for rental. One is available for up to 20 people at a rate of $825 per night, and I think that renting these properties for a use such as this rather limits the believability of previous comments. I agree with the Terra V that the rental housing shortage in the South County is not caused by businesses such as this hotel, but rather that hundreds of homes have been taken off the rental market by being converted into vacation rentals, which are de facto hotel rooms, but without the rules and regulations. My last point is that I have heard and read repeatedly that an overwhelming number of county residents complained to the Planning Commission, but were not listened to. I would like to counter that over 52,000 Ptolemy County residents did not complain. In addition, many of the people speaking here against the project are not county residents, but may visit or perhaps may own a property here. Once again, I would like to say thank you, and I fully support this project.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Bagda, and I work with American Land and Leisure, running campgrounds. I would like to say I'm in favor of the Terra V. We need a lot more places for our visitors to go. It would reduce the fire risk in the area. I see a lot of, when I'm working at night, driving through, there's a lot of people having illegal fires, and this would help reduce that fire risk. I think having it on the Sawmill Mountain Road shouldn't be a bother with a small road, considering Evergreen Lodge is 6 miles down a one-lane road, dangerous one-lane road. The Sawmill Mountain project is only a few hundred feet to the Terra V entrance, so I don't see that a problem. Again, I would like to voice my my being in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jennifer. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, go
Is
ahead.
it me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I'm Cindy Charles, board member of the Tuolumne River Trust and a Groveland resident. I agree with prior comments about the inadequacy of the EIR with respect to fire safety and evacuation, wildfire risks, water supply, cumulative traffic impacts, and recreational negative impacts to the area. I've already submitted extensively on these topics. I want to comment now on county staff's posting of comments from December 2nd to the 28th yesterday around midday. These comments were made available to the public just 24 hours before today's appeal meeting. In these comments, there's a 14-page letter from the Claremont Land Group, Terra V developer based in Chino Hills, dated December 10th, which Mary Beth also referenced earlier. I certainly hope that the county attorney and every one of the county supervisors has had time to read and digest this letter filled with legal citations. The new incoming supervisor should also be sure to take a peek at that letter. Of course, I have not had enough time to fully analyze this legal letter, and I'm not an attorney, but the tone of the letter seems to question the county's authority with regard to the county's ability in several areas pertaining to fulfilling CEQA requirements and an EIR. The letter also seems to imply a threat to the county not to make changes to the DEIR. The tone and arguments of the legal response from Terra V's attorney clearly makes the assumption that they are the aggrieved party. Seems like this letter is laying the groundwork for a lawsuit against the county unless Terra V gets its way for its luxury hotel. So the county could be facing a potential lawsuit from project opponents, as well as now the threat of a simultaneous lawsuit by Terra V. I asked the county supervisors to delay today's vote until EIR is redone to address the extensive concerns of the community as per CEQA and provide responsible mitigation measures. Also, the new Board of Supervisors should be the ones to address this legal letter from the Claremont Land Group, which covers complex issues, since the 2021 board will be the ones having to deal with the potential litigation from project developers. Let's not get into a situation like that of the city of Mammoth, which was sued by a developer and ended up in bankruptcy. So much for Terra V working with the community and being a good neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Eric Erickson. Thank you for having this hearing, and thank you for your service to the county. I know this job is difficult. There's not enough time to articulate all of the deficiencies in this project as passed by the Planning Commission, and you have all of that information available to you, and other speakers have articulated these deficiencies. I represent 5 generations currently enjoying our property adjacent to the proposed project. We enjoy the beauty of the land and the neighboring communities in our county. This is not a rental and never has been. We pay property taxes and enthusiastically support our local businesses. I implore you to uphold the appeal before you. Do not adopt Reso 116-20 and return the project to the Planning Department for a serious professional review and remedy of the project plan's failings, or preferably deny the project outright, as I do not believe the failings can be overcome. The Planning Department and Commission have rushed this project through without seriously addressing the challenges it presents to the environment and the many long-time adjacent property owners. The lot line issues are serious and remain unresolved despite the blithe reassurances from our county surveyor. This issue does require your attention. As the finance director for a city, I understand current local government financial challenges. But tax and other revenues should not be the overriding determining factor here. You can't put a price on a ruined environment, be it by sewer pollution of previously crystal clear water wells, noise pollution, air pollution, and significantly devastating fire. It's disappointing that the first and only question Commissioner Spade asked planning staff prior to approval was, how much TOT will this project bring in? He expressed not a single concern or interest for any of the issues presented at the meeting. The so-called appeal by Claire Kosovich, fiancée to the Manley family member, is so transparently a fraud, it has to be an insult to the board's intelligence. You have been presented with significant concerns regarding the project. Your mission statement commits to health and safety, stewardship of natural and cultural resources, enhance our rural quality of life, and very last, stimulate economic prosperity. This project only possibly meets your last item. Again, please uphold the appeal and deny the project, or send it back for proper professional review of the many deficiencies presented to you. Thank you. I appreciate the time.
Thank you for your comments. Go ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Ron Morgan. I've been coming up to Sawmill Mountain area since 1952, having lived in Big Oak Flat for the first 2 years of my life. My stepfather drove lumber trucks for Harold Gwynn in Hardin Flat during the 40s and early 50s, when he wasn't driving trucks on the winding roads. He was rounding up cattle for the local ranchers in the mountains all around this area. He loved this area, as do the rest of the community up here love it now. And now I share a house at 11370 Sawmill Mountain Road with my brother-in-law, Jerry Caffey. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into the building and maintaining of this house. It was heavily forested prior to the rim fire. We were lucky to have the house and garage survive. 80% of the trees were burned and subsequently removed, leaving a scar. Our private little sanctuary is now exposed to all traveling along Sawmill Mountain Road. Not a very comfortable situation. We have no fence. No trespassing signs don't exist, but they will probably have to change all that. Right across the road is where the Terra V project is proposed. This will be a game changer for what? We had a fire up here recently, only about 1,500 yards from the cabin on the west side of Sawmill Mountain. Fortunately, this was a slow day for firefighters, as they were able to put out the fire prior to it getting out of control. This fire, we found out, was intentionally set. The arson has yet to be arrested, and we don't expect them to be. I know of 3 wells that were part of the water tests. All 3 had issues. Our well is down 700 feet. Gene Pfeiffer's is about 600 feet. And I'm not exactly sure what issues Bill Pfeiffer had with his well, but I know that Gene's and our well had serious impacts, and the testing was flawed and not up to standards. Our well wound up with bad tasting water and a loss of water flow. 2 of the 3 wells being tested with serious issues makes for a desperate future of water shortages. Any other county would not accept these tests, and with all the issues this project has, other counties would reject it without hesitation. It just seems like Tuolumne County is trying to force a square peg in a round hole. When there are hundreds of people staying in Terra V and more at Yosemite under canvas, and Yosemite is not letting people in, what are they going to do to be entertained? They're not going to sit in their rooms. Those of us up here will feel the presence of all these strangers walking, bike riding, traveling in their cars up the Sawmill Mountain Road.
Comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
My parents have a cabin up off Sawmill. We've had it there for over 30 years. We pay taxes, support local businesses. I do not feel like the EIRA was complete. Many of these issues have been addressed. What I'd like to speak to mostly is the safety in the fire. My husband is a retired police officer, and my daughter is a fire department dispatcher. The EIR does not say anything about the concerns of addressing people crossing 120. Part of the problem with the rim fire, people spoke a lot about mutual aid, was there was a delay in calling in mutual aid, which caused more destruction and damage. They also talked about the hot shot standing by on a regular basis. That's if there's like no other fires, which isn't typical lately. In typical situations, it takes mutual aid a while to respond, and that's a perfect scenario, meaning that they're at their quarters just waiting. There was also a fire recently, August 20th. I know people at Pine Mountain Lake who had a difficulty evacuating. So I think that the ERA is just being rushed through, and I would like you to not accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon. It definitely seems a little bit suspect, at the least, that a lot of the opponents of this project also operate Airbnbs or are involved with Rush Creek and Evergreen Lodge. Seems to be a little bit, to me, that they may be afraid of some competition. And when you look at Rush Creek charging $450 a night for a hotel room, and I believe it was their own EIR that said that the Highway 120 corridor was possibly 1,000 hotel rooms short of what the demand was. So it really seems like this project is going to work towards fulfilling that demand. It's going to provide local jobs. It's going to help Groveland and the entire county with the TOT. And in regards to their staffing, I don't think it is another business's or the county's job to tell a private business how to run their business. And I believe Terra V should be allowed to run their project the way that they see fit. In regards to fire, this entire county is a high fire severity zone or a wildland area susceptible to forest fire. So if that is going to be the standard that's going to be held, there should be no new development allowed anywhere in the entire county, and we should close down the community development department because it will no longer be needed. Now, we all know that that is not going to be the case because development and things are going to happen, and we need to respect the private property rights of the owners of this property and their ability to have this project. This property was zoned for this exact use many years ago. That zoning exists in the county general plan, specifically for projects just like this in rural areas that do not have public infrastructure. It seems that this EIR has been done properly, has been done to a completed level, and it looks like the board has no choice but to approve this project. And I hope that in 20 years we will look back upon it fondly, just as many people look upon Rush Creek today, because all of the cons that could be raised for this project could have been spoken about Rush Creek, as well as all of the benefits that it has provided. And I believe that this project will provide those same benefits to the community of Groveland and the greater county in general. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. So is Patricia on the line? And can you pick up the line, Patricia, please? I'm sorry, I'm not. All right, so any suggestions on, I know when I've called in, I've had a slight delay if I have it on speakerphone. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, Patricia. Are you there? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hello?
Yes, there you are.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, Patricia.
Oh, shall I start speaking because she is speaking right now?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. We were unable to include the names of citizens from Sonora, Columbia, Tuolumne, Jamestown, Twinehart, and Groveland in the half-page ad in the Union Democrat last Saturday. Are you there? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you please mute your device, please?
Hang on. Ms. Ryan, go ahead and give her some instruction, please.
Patricia, can you please mute your device so we can hear you okay and you won't hear an echo?
There you are. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, we can. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
When do I speak now?
Go ahead, Patricia.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were unable to include the names of... Shall I start speaking because she is speaking right now? Wait. Yes, go ahead. Okay. We were unable to include the names of citizens from Sonora, Columbia, Tuolumne, Jamestown, Twinehart, and Groveland in the half-page ad in the Union Democrat opposing the Terra V development. The following people are adamantly opposed to the Terra V development. Yeah. Mute. I think I am muted, but
Patricia, this is Supervisor Campbell. Can you hear me? Can you hear me through your phone? Oh, I think we lost her.
Yeah, I know there is a significant delay when you do not take off the speaker.
Yeah.
So I understood the comment to be that there were a number of individuals that were not included in a Union Democrat ad that wanted to be included. Okay, so Patricia, I'm getting some direction from County Council, and I'm going to ask that you call back. What number would you like her to call?
Patricia, please call 209-533-6581, and we'll get you back in the queue for public comment.
So we will wait to hear back from you, Patricia. Please call us back. And in the meantime, can we go on to the next caller? Go ahead.
This is Tom Parrington. I'm calling regarding the response to comments in the final EIR, which said there are no impacts to housing. That's difficult to believe. The final EIR corrected the draft EIR, which cited a 29% vacancy rate for all of housing units in the county. The final response acknowledged a 3.3% vacancy rate. Quite a difference. It references about 1,788 units of vacant available housing, but it ignores the more limited rental housing in the Groveland zip code, which on my research and quoted in my letter would be about 400 units. The demand for housing in your area is from the Park Service, both its employees and contract employees from the concessionaires, from the Forest Service, from all the facilities over there, 1,000 Trails, and the newly rebuilding Berkeley Camp, and not to mention under canvas. I would like the county to take up the promise by the developer that they're looking for sites and will have a site to build employee housing, and make that a condition of any approval. If there's going to be employee housing built by the developer, it ought to be in writing and a commitment and a condition before this project opens. And I would appreciate your consideration of these comments. There is so much demand for housing and so little affordable housing in this county, as in the state, that projects of this type in this remote location must provide their own housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon again. We were unable to include the names of citizens from Sonora, Columbia, Tuolumne, Jamestown, Point Hart, and Groveland in the half-page ad that ran in the Union Democrat last Saturday opposing the Terra V development. The following people are adamantly opposed to the Terra V development. I don't think there's anybody from the Sawmill area on this list. I'm going to read the name. Ellen Beck, Tom Beck, Pat Cervelli, Kathy Malloy, Peter Young, Robert Vaughn, Sharon Coolidge, Tom Coolidge, Merrill Soto, Patricia Harrelson, Cindy Nixon, Thad Waterbury, Nan Goodhart, Wendy Pound, Matthew Buckley, Cindy Dodge, Jan Torpy, Kathleen Lorimer, Don Leitzel, Elizabeth Doherty, Michael Millard, Anita Millard, Jack Wilmer, Patricia Rowe, Bradley Horn, Francis Horn, Suzanne Preisler, Marilyn Fulham, Chelsea Garcia, Jesse Garcia, Jacqueline Dennis, Fred Dennis, Dr. Lawrence Marham, Dr. Elizabeth Marham, Richard Haratani, Maureen Haratani, Carol Critch, Michael Critch, Vonnie Breeze Martin, Sylvia Nestor, Keith Zenobia, Michael Malloy, Tara Stett, Jim Lundeen, Eve Kelly, Matt Nolte, Aaron Rush, Connie Brown, Chris Barsanti, Jenny Moiseau, Lisa Kingham, Sherry Morgan, Jen Edwards, Doug Edwards, Patricia Elliott, Ellie Owen, Travis Pickett, Lisa Kelly, Bill Kelly, James Lucy, Melissa McKenzie, Georgia McKenzie, Bob Mailer, Wendy Archer, Kathy Seaton, Dodie Hart, Rob Hirsch, Regina Hirsch, Don Paul, David Paul, Kathleen Williams, Ellie Witznerd, Linda Downing, Dwayne Downing, Angelina McClellan, Guy McClellan, Marison Whitner, Ron Lopez, Doyle Lopez, and Lane Hackett. So there's a lot of people in this community who do not want this. It has nothing to do with the Sawmill Mountain. It's wrong, and the ERR is really lacking. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. We have a cabin on Sawmill Mountain that we had built in 1970. My mother and father came up to the Hardin Flat for the first time in 1926. They said I came up into the Hardin Flats in 1941 at the age of 6 weeks. They built a cabin along South Fork of the Tuolumne River in 1952 and is still in use by their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. My wife and I were contacted by Terra V in 2009 to do water testing on our well. We were one of the 3 wells, and unfortunately, we agreed. Our current well was drilled in 2015 and provided about 7 gallons per minute. After the Terra V pumped over 250,000 gallons out of our well for testing, our well output increased to 13 gallons per minute. That is good news, but we soon noticed scale deposits on our faucets, glasses, pots, and sinks, and a bad taste. I suspect that an additional fracture in the granite opened up due to the increased testing. When they pump water from our well, other levels were lowered that were being monitored. That shows that the wells are connected to the granite fractures. They installed a water filter on our system that improved somewhat, but the problem still continued. The plumbing contractor said we needed a water filter to be installed on our system. Terra V agreed to pay for the purchase of the unit and now installing the unit. The question is, with the increased pumping from Terra V, is the EIR, if the EIR is approved, will Terra V pay for other wells in the area if and when their well is also affected? what happens to our water supply and others in a normal year, not as we had the increased rainfall prior to the testing of the wells. Supervisors have stated that the property is fitting as it is zoned commercial. The problem is that in 1991, rezoning should not have been approved. I and others at the time pointed out why the 1991 rezoning should not have been approved. Please do not accept the current EIR and send it back to staff, as this is inappropriate for this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Brennan and members of the board. This is Chris Barsanti from Columbia. I just have a few comments to make. It is highly possible, and maybe even probable, that Yosemite will be instituting a day-use reservation system during the busy part of the visitor season. I believe this summer, due to the pandemic, they learned that the visitor experience was much improved when visitors don't have to wait hours in their car circling the valley looking for a place to park. This unpleasant experience occurs many times after the visitor has already had to wait in miles-long lines just to get into the park. While it would be great if more visitors used yards, we all know how challenging it is to get people out of their cars. With future decreased visitors during the peak season, there will be a lesser need for overnight accommodations near Yosemite. With the other projects in this area already in the works, the rebuilding of Berkeley Camp, the expansion of Yosemite Lakes, and the recently approved Yosemite Under Canvas, the future market may likely be saturated. While Terra V is a proposed high-end hotel and cabin complex, it may draw visitors from the other local high-end accommodations, including Airbnb units, hotels, and motels closer to Groveland, and from those down the hill in Sonora, Columbia, Jamestown, and beyond communities. Therefore, any potential gain in TOT taxes from Terra V would likely just be replacing TOT taxes already collected from these other hotel, motel, and Airbnb facilities located in Groveland or down the hill farther away from the Yosemite entrance. Please consider whether you want to encourage this development by a Los Angeles-based developer, which will probably adversely impact existing businesses offering visitor accommodations. A development which may not add to the total TOT taxes collected, but merely replace those already being paid by existing businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, yes. I just wanted to provide some clarification to some comments made earlier regarding rentals in the Sawmill Mountain area that a previous caller mentioned. I just wanted to clarify, these are multi-generational property owners. Ours, for instance, has been in our family for over 60 years. And there are only 2 people that have rented out their properties in the past. And this has happened only since the rim fire and as a means to make up costs related to damages from the fire. The remaining property owners in that area have not rented out their residences. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I think I am getting notification from Tracy that there is one more caller. Hello.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, supervisors, or good evening now. It was good afternoon before, now it's good evening. My name is Dan Courtney, 2 weeks ago at the Under Canvas meeting, I was trying to relay the perspective and concerns of myself and the communities of Sawmill Mountain and Hardin Flat. Today, I'll try to highlight just a couple of the reasons why the appeal should be upheld and the CIR should be sent back to staff. Some of these issues were presented in a letter you received today from my attorney, Deborah Rosenthal. But first, I'd like to say that I've served 20 years as a community planner, and I've never been in a meeting quite like this, where first the applicant is given double time with an obviously prepared presentation, guides his answers to questions. And next, what is going on with that Claire Kosevich so-called appeal? I mean, that stunt alone might invalidate any outcome of this meeting. Anyway, on my comments. Please keep in mind that according to your counsel, you cannot certify the CIR if it lacks sufficient information, completeness, and good faith effort. Alexis Mirror reminded you on the slide that in slide 1, the EIR must be recirculated if there are significant or is significant new information. And on slide 4, if the EIR is fundamentally flawed or basically inadequate. You've already heard many, many examples of the absence of all the above. So it must be recirculated, but I'll provide a couple more. First of all, to draw your attention to the letter I submitted from the top hydrogeologist in the state, Dr. Kenneth Schmidt. He pointed out a number of concerns with regards to the pump test, including improper discharge location and inadequate simultaneous pumping, among other things. Basically, it amounts to the fact that the pump tests were worthless and must be redone. Next, during the Plan Commission meeting, we saw for the first time that the developer moved the sewage treatment facility from the east side of ISO 3 to the west side, directly uphill from the meadows, springs, domestic wells, and year-round spring-fed streams, which empty into the middle fork of the wild and scenic Tuolumne River. This change of location was not disclosed in the FEIR. As I mentioned during the Plan Commission meeting, when I gave John Bissell a walking tour of my property 2.5 years ago, he kept telling me that the county had promised he would not have to get an EIR, and if we push for an EIR, it would be, quote-unquote, bad for us. Now it's bad for us. We got a huge leach field and a sewer plant upwind and uphill. So I decided to spend more money on retaining a hydrogeologist, but the most egregious example of this lack of adequate disclosure and required information came to light just yesterday when Dr. Schmidt told me he could not perform an evaluation and submit a report because the FEIR lacks the standard required information as detailed in his letter. Anyway, you cannot legally certify the CIR today. It must at least be sent back to staff. Otherwise, all you're doing is opening the county up to major lawsuit and requiring opponents to spend tens of thousands of dollars.
Thank you for your comments.
Yes, you have an indemnification, but it isn't just from an LLC.
Appreciate your comments. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Supervisors. My name is Ron Koff, and I'm speaking in support of the Terra V Resort Project as the Executive Director for the Tuolumne County Business Council and as the Government Affairs Director for the Tuolumne County Association of Realtors. This project has been under county review since November 2018 and public review since December 2019. The draft EIR has been available since June 2020, with additional upgrades made to the final EIR. We are in support for the following reasons. The FEIR is sufficient and adequate. Viable comments raised have been thoroughly analyzed and addressed. Wildfire issues will be addressed in the normal permitting process with their fire management plan that will be reviewed and approved by County Fire Prevention Division, County Fire Prevention Division. Project fire components include fire restrictive structures, fire prevention systems in defensible space, high-performance fire extinguishing and alarm systems, hold-in-place refuge and project perimeter accessibility, on-site water storage to address fire flow, and the fire flow to fire hydrants and resort buildings with fire sprinklers. This project general plan and land use and zoning permits a commercial recreational use on this property. The purpose of the CK zoning district is to encourage well-planned and integrated resort and vacation-oriented commercial projects. This zoning has been in place, as mentioned before, for over 30 years. At an average density of 2.3 rooms per acre, including employee housing, this low-density project only develops 18% of the 64-acre site. The hydrology tests have certified that there is adequate water from the wells for guests and on-site storage. The wastewater tertiary treatment facility is more than adequate to address any groundwater issues raised by neighbors. Tourism, as noted, is a key industry in our county, providing jobs and much-needed transit and occupancy tax revenue that has recently been increased by 20%. TOT supports much-needed services in our county and should also be applied by the county to this corridor to address regional fire and emergency issues. This project has also been conditioned to pay additional fair share annual fee for emergency services. It was also noted when Rush Creek was approved, their market study indicated there was a need for hundreds of additional rooms in this area. This should not be taking value away from other rooms in other areas of the county. Rush Creek has proven that with their high occupancy rate, it hasn't diminished anybody else's use. Yosemite has historically 4 million visitors a year, and 1 million of those visitors are currently using this corridor. This project will address a portion of those needs. We request the Board of Supervisors approve this site development permit for this unique well-planned tourism project that is in compliance with existing zoning with the conditions of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Go ahead, you're on with the board.
John Buckley, CSERC. The hearing process was allowed to be manipulated by a false appeal by someone who is clearly not an aggrieved party. But there are many other reasons why the board should not approve the project today. CSERC's July 30th comments sent to all of you on the board included 2 pages of email text and 25 pages of highly detailed comments, all of which are in Appendix K as Org 801 through 53. But in the response to comments section, the consultants goofed. Page 5153 responds to CSERC's 3 email comments, but page 5154 jumps to the next commenter. I emphasize there are no responses anywhere in the EIR to CSERC's 25 pages of 51 individually identified comments, and the EIR's mastered responses do not address many critical points in CSERC's very specific comments. This is not a minor legal matter. We've been participated fully throughout the entire process, pointing out details and flaws in the EIR. In the rush to approval for the separate Under Canvas project, CSERC's comments somehow got completely left out of that FEIR, so county staff and consultants hurriedly put together an errata response that glossed over the content of our comments. Now this Terra v. FEIR fails to respond to all 25 pages of our very specific comments. And this time there's no hurriedly produced errata. The whole response to our comments is missing. CEQA precludes certification of the FEIR and approval of the project because the EIR fails to respond to our center's 25 pages of extensive comments. County actions on these 2 projects has already been an embarrassment of blatantly rushing citizen review in order to allow outgoing board members a chance to approve projects before leaving office. The deficient EIR is an example of the consequence of such rushing. To be consistent with CEQA, a supplemental EIR or errata must be produced and made available for public and agency consideration prior to the county taking any action to certify this EIR as complete and adequate. I ask each of you on the board to honestly consider, at what point does rushing the approval process for this project in the midst of the holidays conflict with the principles and values that this board supposedly embodies? I close by emphasizing that the EIR before you is neither adequate nor complete and cannot be certified. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it on the comments? All right. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and the board is going to take a 30-minute recess. All right. Very good. All right. Based on Mr. Buckley's comments, the county and consultant reviewed the comments and responses and confirmed the bulk of Mr. Buckley's comment letter was not responded to due to an inadvertent error. Based on this omission, the county will continue the hearing to Thursday, December 31st at 9 a.m. to allow for the preparation and submission of an errata responding to Mr. Buckley's comments. We stand adjourned until 9 a.m. Thursday, December 31st.